Do you ever stop to think about how amazing it is that you're alive right now? The odds of being born are so incredibly slim, yet here you are. This isn't just luck, it's a privilege, a chance to experience the world in all its complexity. Imagine having access to the greatest wisdom on how to live this rare life to the fullest. We've put together the ultimate collection of the best Stoic lessons from history, just for you. What if you could learn the secrets to staying calm in the face of challenges, or how to be happy no matter what life throws your way? Stoicism, an ancient philosophy, has some powerful answers. It teaches us about the importance of focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we can't. It's about finding peace within ourselves and making the most out of every single day. We'll explore how great thinkers like Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus dealt with the ups and downs of life. Their ideas are surprisingly simple, but can have a huge impact on how we see the world and our place in it. From understanding the value of gratitude to learning how to keep our cool in stressful situations, these lessons are all about making the most of this incredible opportunity we've been given, life. So, are you ready to discover how to live a more fulfilling, peaceful, and meaningful life? Let's dive into the wisdom of the Stoics and find out how to make the privilege of living truly count. It seems like words don't mean much anymore in this world of noise and shallowness. This makes people wonder, is it possible to show how valuable we are without saying a word? Is it possible to know deeper than words what people around us really mean and hope for? Based on the ancient philosophy of Stoicism, the answer is a strong yes. Stoics believed that courage was one of the most important traits a person should have, and that deeds, not words, could show how brave someone was. Now we'd like to ask you to start this trip of personal change. Along the way, you will learn how to see your worth and set a good example for yourself and the world. It's not enough to just feel good about yourself. You need to change how other people see and treat you. There are times when we have a love power that we don't even know we have it. Let us find out. Let's get into something real and honest, and a way of looking at your worth that has stood the test of time. Stoicism. Socrates, you heard me right. This ancient philosophy isn't just about not feeling anything or putting up with pain. It's about understanding what's important in life, especially when it comes to relationships. Here are some steps you can follow to become more like the Stoics and find out what you're really worth in a relationship. Also, trust me when I say this is not what a couple's doctor would normally say to help a relationship. The first step is to give yourself power in ways you might not have thought possible. Are you ready to go on this trip? Let's start and find out how to make your love life more enjoyable, respectful, and powerful. Watch out, because this will change the rules of the game. You will have to deal with things that seem rude or mean to you. It's the only way to be truly happy. Step 1. Know what you're worth. You might be thinking, oh no, not another rant about self-love. But bear with me, because I'm not going to talk about telling yourself over and over again how great you are. So, what does Stoicism have to do with knowing how much you're worth to other people? In fact, a lot. That's what the Stoics teach us, to focus on what we can change. And your self-esteem is something you can change. This has nothing to do with how many Instagram likes you get or whether someone friend requests you on any other social network. It has to do with how you see and respect yourself. Take a moment to picture yourself as a jewel. Is it true that not everyone knows how much a rare rock is worth? Some people might miss it and not even know what it is. The stone is still expensive, rare, and one of a kind, even though that's the case. That is the real you. That is what makes you important, special, and real. It doesn't make you less valuable if someone doesn't see it. Everyone here has been turned down at some point, so let's be honest. We have all felt like we weren't good enough, especially in this world where everyone else seems to be living their best life. But this is where Stoicism comes in to tell you that how you live your life, your virtues, and your deeds are what make you valuable, not what other people think of you. You're honest and kind. Are you happy with the way you live? That's where your real worth is. Self-reflection was very important to the Stoics, so take a moment to think about your traits, not just in terms of the obvious things, but also in terms of the most important things. What's good for you? Whether you are kind, strong, or a good listener, these are the things that make you valuable. This is the secret. When you know this fully and honestly, it will change how you treat other people. You won't put up with nonsense because you respect yourself too much, not because you're cocky. And here's a Stoic task for you. The next time you feel like you're not being respected, instead of getting down on yourself, write down your skills and values. It's not about bragging. It's about quietly admitting that you deserve approval from other people. Marcus Aurelius, one of the great Stoic emperors, says that even though you can't change the outside world, you can change your mind. You will find strength if you realize this. Finding strength in your own worth is important in relationships, whether other people see it or not. Remember that your worth isn't something you get or lose. It's something you work on and grow. It means telling yourself every day that you are important for who you are, not what other people think of you. Step 2. Treat yourself with respect. Before you think of a Stoic as a serious, unfriendly, ancient person, let me make something clear. Being a Stoic does not mean holding back your feelings or not caring about anything. It's about knowing what is worth your time and effort and what is not. Let's talk about what it means to show yourself with respect in relationships, because how you look is important. Sometimes we try so hard to please someone that we lose who we are. We dress and talk in ways that aren't true to ourselves just to get their approval. Here is where our Stoic wisdom comes in handy. Your worth is not based on what you wear or where you hang out. It's based on how you act, what you do, and the decisions you make. Imagine that you are in a coffee shop and see a couple on a date. One is trying to show off and impress, while the other is happy with how she looks. Which do you think will stick with you the longest? The one that is real. That's the power of taking care of yourself with respect. To be a Stoic, you have to be honest and respect yourself. In the current world of dating, how does that work? It's easy. If you're really interested in something, make it yours and let it shine. You don't have to act like someone else. You just have to be happy and sure of yourself in your own skin, knowing that you are good enough just the way you are. Also, be nice to yourself. The way you treat yourself determines how other people will treat you. What do you think? Everyone knows they can treat you badly if you do the same to them. I am worthy of respect, and I hope that they treat me as such. You will send a loud and clear message if you respect yourself. As Titus, another great Stoic philosopher, said, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it." In relationships, it's not just about how you look or what you say. It's about how you act and react in different situations. How are you feeling? Are you sad or proud? If you want to fit in, do you give up your values? Or do you stand your ground, even if it means being by yourself? It doesn't mean you have to be perfect. Everyone makes mistakes and has moments of awkwardness. But it's all about how you deal with those times. Stress makes you break down, or do you keep your cool and learn from it? Let's think about this for a minute. How can we start to better show ourselves? It could be about setting limits or declining things that don't fit with our morals. Perhaps all that needs to be done is a little more respect and kindness between us. When you start to respect yourself, the world starts to do the same. Step 3. Limit who can see it. Listen, I know this may sound a little old-fashioned or even harsh. It's not about being hard to get. It's about knowing how valuable you are and loving yourself. Stuck on Stoicism? What does it say? Stoicism shows us how to be self-disciplined and in charge, but not in a strict and happy way. It's about being aware of what is truly important and not giving it away without thinking. This is a breath of fresh air in a world where everything is fast. As you date or are in a relationship, think about this. We often feel rushed to share our time, space, and inner thoughts. The Stoics, on the other hand, would suggest taking a step back, because things that are easy to get lose their value over time. It's how people are. Where is the wonder, depth, and expectation if you are always open and say yes to everything? Let's do something useful now. In a polite and stoic manner, how do you control access? To begin, it's about how you act. Dress in a classy but humble way. It's not just about style, it's a statement that says, I value myself. You're not hiding, but you're also not showing off. There is balance in everything, and I feel like I'm more than what I see. Then there's your time and attention. Being picky about who gets your time is very useful in a world where we are always linked. You should not play, but rather say, my time is valuable and I choose to spend it wisely. If you are with someone, give them your full attention and commitment. When you're not available, though, feel good about it, because it means you're focused on your own life, your interests, and your growth. Stoicism also teaches us how to control our feelings. It doesn't mean you become cold or unattached, far from it. This means you don't let little things bother you a lot. You keep a calm attitude inside. Your mental power is not something you freely give to anyone. They need to work for your attention and time. I'm not telling you to turn into a statue of Stoicism. We are all people, and being connected is what makes life interesting. But it's nice to take things slowly and build a relationship that's not just based on quick access and feeling good right away. It's about making something strong and long-lasting. Remember that limited access is not a way to play games or trick people. It's about having respect for yourself and living by your own ideals. That you care, value yourself, and deserve to be respected by others. This can be shown not only through words, but also through deeds. To pick our relationships with a little more care, to keep our cool, and to be a little more stoic. It's about finding the right balance between telling everyone everything and keeping some things to yourself. You will notice a big change in how people see and treat you after reading this. Take care of yourself and try to be more like the Stoics when you're dating today. Step 4. If you follow Stoicism, actions are more important than words. As the saying goes, don't tell me, show me. This is also a great way to set limits. You can tell someone what your limits are, but it's a whole other thing to show them through your deeds. Think about it this way. Anyone can say, I won't stand for bad behavior, but the moment of truth comes when you have to deal with it. What are your rules? Do you stick to them or let them slip? That's where your real power is. It's not what you say, but what you do. This might not be easy, especially if you're feeling bad. We learned from our Stoic friends, though, that we have power over everything, even how we respond to things. When someone crosses a line, it's how you respond, not what you say, that sets the limits. That is, how you react when someone lies to you after making it clear that you value honesty says a lot. You are serious about your limits if you walk away or talk about the problem quietly and openly. You are not trying to cause trouble. You are just valuing yourself and being respected in a way that fits with your values. This way of doing things can really change the way relationships work. People start to understand what you will and will not accept when they see that you have limits, that you will not let people cross, and strict rules and values that you will not let anyone break. Having self-respect is important, and you should stick to it. This is where things become really stoic. Not only the big things, but also the little rules that people follow every day. It's how you deal with people who don't show up for plans or who take you for granted? Are you going to leave them? Are your actions and words calm enough to let them know that this is not okay? Being mindful means being aware of the present moment and how you are responding to it. Do the things you do show what your limits are? Are you honest with yourself? Being aware of the little things is important because that's where your limits are often really put to the test. Therefore, let's try to be a little more stoic in how we express our limits as we go about our day and deal with others. It's not about being stiff or unwilling to change. It's about having an inner sense that tells you what to do and how to respond. Trust me, people will notice when you start living this way. They start to think of you as someone who sets limits and is strong enough to stick to them. Step 5. Get ready to leave. In Stoicism, there is this beautiful idea of separation, not in a cold or heartless way, but in the sense of knowing what we can and cannot control. The choice to stay or leave a bad situation is one of the most powerful things we can learn to control. Relationships are also talked about here. People have all been in situations where they felt like they didn't deserve to be there, but they stayed. Maybe it's the fear of being alone, the fear of change, or just hanging on to the hope that things will change, things will get better. But here's the Stoic twist. The real power lies in realizing that staying in a situation that compromises our ideals is within our control, and we can choose differently. This doesn't mean that at the first sign of trouble you push everything aside. Relationships take work, loyalty, and understanding. It's mainly about knowing your value so deeply that when something goes against them, you're ready to walk away. It's about having that inner strength, that stoic resolve, to say, I value myself enough to not take less than what I earn. Let's break it down a little more. Being ready to walk away is about self-respect. It's about not losing your core beliefs and your self-esteem. And this doesn't have to be a big exit. Sometimes it's a calm choice, a calm knowledge that this is not for you. And yes, it is scary. The unknown can be terrifying. But remember our Stoic friends who taught us to face hardship with courage, to accept the unknown as part of the natural flow of life. It's about understanding that sometimes the bravest thing you can do is let go of something that isn't for you. You are not there out of necessity or fear. You are there by choice. And here is the secret. When you have the courage to walk away from what does not serve you, it is like clearing out the old to make room for the new. It's about believing that there is something better out there for you and giving yourself the chance to find it. So, as we drink our coffee and think on this, let's remember that being ready to walk away is not about being cold or detached, but about loving each other and respecting ourselves enough to say, I deserve better. Tip number 6. Pay attention to deeds instead of words. Practical wisdom is at the heart of Stoicism, as we've seen. It's about rating people by what they do, not just what they say. There are a lot of nice words and empty claims in the world, especially when it comes to relationships. Stoics, however, advise us to look past that. Because acts show us the truth, they teach us to watch them. Take a look. It's simple to say what we believe in or what other people want to hear. We can make vows and paint a picture of the future that looks and sounds great. But do they show others how to do things? Do your acts match what you say? That's where the story really is. For a moment, let's be honest. Everyone has been there. When we meet someone new, they start telling us cute and interesting things, and we get caught up in it. Things don't quite line up over time, though. They say they'll call, but they don't. They make plans, but then change their minds. Still, their words hold us close. This is where we need to bring out our inner Stoic. As a Stoic, we learn not to let words or feelings get in the way of our actions. It has to do with being sensible and seeing things as they really are. It's a red flag when someone's deeds don't match what they say. It's the universe's way of telling you to pay attention. there's a problem here. This way of thinking changes how you deal with relationships. Then you stop getting caught up in sweet words and promises and pay attention to the little things. Be aware of how they act when they're worried and whether they do what they say. Are they truly there for you, not just in words? Now comes the fun part. When you focus on deeds instead of words, you send a message that says, "I'm not just listening to what you say, I'm watching what you do." People then understand that they can't just talk their way into your life. They have to show you what they can do. Keep in mind, though, that this is not about being negative or not believing everyone. It's about being smart and keeping your heart safe with a thick covering of Stoic wisdom. It's about staying steady and not letting your feelings get the best of you. Let's think about this and tell ourselves to watch what's happening instead of just hearing what's being said. Let's love with Stoicism, being logical, aware, and smart. Because things you do will always be more powerful than what you say. Step 7. Have a healthy amount of doubt. A lack of faith and Stoicism go together. They try to see things as they really are, not how people think they should be. You might wonder if this has anything to do with love and dating. Everyone has heard it. We want to believe someone when they says the words we want to hear, as if they were the right ones. To do this, we shut down and ignore the red flags that are waving in the background. In this case, our inner Stoic steps in to help. A healthy amount of doubt is like having superpowers. The phrase, having your feet on the ground, means not taking everything at face value. It doesn't mean you are negative or critical. Being careful not to jump in without giving it some thought and watching and asking questions are important. Let's look at the bigger picture. Take a moment to pretend that you meet someone and enjoy their company. They are making plans for the future together and saying all these nice things to each other. But they've only known each other for a few weeks. Slow down and don't rush, your critical Stoic side would advise. Look at how things turn out and see if his words fit what he does. It's like a reality check that helps you stay grounded in your relationship. This isn't a reason to ask a lot of questions or doubt everything the other person does. It's more about being aware, paying attention to what they do and what they say. It's about taking the time to get to know someone well and see if they make sense and are honest. Stoic philosophy placed a strong emphasis on using reasoning and reason rather than just going with the feelings. This is very important in partnerships. There are many things we might miss when we let our feelings rule our lives. On the other hand, when we combine our feelings with some doubt and reason, we can see things more clearly. One more thing. It's to keep your heart safe. Being skeptical means you're not going to do something without first being sure about it. You're giving yourself time to get to know the other person better. It's about being smart, paying attention, and not going too far. It's about caring for our hearts and ourselves. It's about opening doors with care and wisdom, not about erecting walls. Step 8. The power of no. Being honest and having the courage to stand up for what you believe in are very important in Stoicism. This has a direct effect on our ability to turn down a connection. You should know what you believe in and not be afraid to stick to it, even if it means upsetting some people. Imagine that you are dating someone and they say something that you don't agree with. It could be going too fast, or it could be going against your values in some way. It's easy to just move on. However, you must summon your inner Stoic and refuse to agree. Being honest with yourself about your ideals and boundaries is important. Of course, I'm not saying this is simple. In fact, it can be very hard, especially if you like the person. There's always that voice in the back of your mind that asks, what if this turns them off? But this is where we need to be brave. Being courageous is something that Stoicism teaches us, and not just when we're facing problems from the outside. You don't have to have self-respect to say no. Saying no shows that you value yourself enough to not settle for less than what you earn. You could also lose them, But here's the thing. If turning down something that goes against your morals makes someone dislike you, then maybe, just maybe, it wasn't right for you. This way of doing things can really change how a friendship works. People change their minds when they see that you're not afraid to say no, and that you're not only there to please them at the cost of your own values. Making them feel good about themselves shows that you respect and value them. Also, let me tell you, that's a very appealing trait. Another Stoic twist. Refusing something that goes against our morals isn't just about being honest with other people. It's also about being honest with yourself. Seeing what you really want and not letting the fear of being alone make you choose things that aren't good for you. Let's give this some thought. We should keep telling ourselves it's okay to refuse things. As the Stoics showed us, it's about being honest with ourselves and living with ethics. It's about making connections with people built on respect and honesty. Step 9. Don't chase. When we look at it through our Stoic view, this fits perfectly with everything we've been talking about. If you want to follow Stoicism, you should focus on what you can control and let go of what you can't. When it comes to partnerships, this philosophy is very important. To understand that chasing someone who is pulling away is not only pointless, but also goes against what we value and how we should treat ourselves. Imagine that you're seeing someone and everything seems to be going well. After that, though, they begin to move apart. Trust me, we've all been in similar positions where we wanted to go after something to try to close the gap. But this is where our lessons on being Stoic come in. Wait, the Stoics would say. What's the point of going after something you can't control? Do you care about your pride, your self-respect, and your peace of mind? Trying to catch someone who runs away is like trying to catch water that doesn't run through your fingers. It doesn't work and makes you feel empty. To be Stoic, you have to be sure of your own worth. Let someone pull away if they want to. Not being sensitive or cold is not the point. The point is to understand that you can't change how someone else feels or acts. You can only choose how to react. Let's be honest. This is hard. It takes a lot of strength to hold back from that urge to chase. Having faith that someone will be with you if they really want to is more important. There are great things that happen when you stop chasing and start focusing on your own life. The confidence and strength you show makes people want to be around you. You're sending a message that says, I'm worth it. Let's treat relationships with Stoicism, and let's focus on what we can control. We need to find peace within ourselves, not approval from other people. You have the choice of how to deal with things in your life. Remember that you built your own honor and are in charge of your self-esteem. Take this power to heart. Let the things you do, the decisions you make, and the limits you set show what a great person you are. Imagine meeting someone who seems nice on the outside, but has a scary secret up their sleeve. What if I told you that you have the power to find out what they really want? As we reveal the secrets you need to know, get ready for an exciting journey that will keep you hooked from beginning to end. Now we'll go into more detail about the disturbing truth that lies behind the things we do every day. We're figuring out what Don't Get Fooled. 5 signs you're working with a bad person is all about. It's not about having a bad day or a mistake once in a while. It's about finding people who live on harm, deception, and manipulation. This talk is for people who have ever felt uncomfortable about someone's actions but couldn't quite put your finger on why. Come with me as we learn new things and turn our instincts into understanding. 1. The charm mask. Think about meeting someone whose charm and energy draw you in right away. They pay close attention, are interesting, and seem truly interested in what you have to say. This first meeting can make you feel important and respected, which shows that the person seems friendly and outgoing. But there may be something darker going on behind this beautiful front. Often, The first sign that someone is bad is that they wear a mask of charm. This means they are a master manipulator who is good at lying. How does charm work as a mask? Charm is a tool that people with bad goals use to get what they want. It's a great cover that lets them draw people in by giving the impression of trust and friendship. In this light, beauty is not a sign of real love, but rather a planned way to win over, control, and eventually take advantage of someone. Seeing through the mask. It can be hard to tell the difference between real charm and charisma that is used to trick people. Do not forget to be consistent. Do they stay interested in you after they get what they want, or does it fade? Watch how they treat other people, especially when they don't think anyone is looking. A truly lovely person keeps their attitude the same, no matter who they're with. A bad person's charm, on the other hand, wears off when they don't need to impress anyone or when their goals are met. The masks slip. The mask will come off over time, showing what the person really wants. This could show up as a quick lack of interest in your needs, a change toward more self-centered talk, or even direct manipulation and lying. It's important to trust your gut. It's likely that something is wrong if it feels that way. Remember that what someone does says more than what they say. Sincere, consistent kindness is never based on conditions and is never used as a way to get what you want. Questions to think about. Have you ever met someone whose charm turned out to be an evil side? How did you know that something had changed? How can you protect yourself so that you don't fall for false charm? Viewers, please share your ideas and stories in the box below. We'll talk about the lack of understanding next, which is another important sign that you are working with a bad person. Remember to stay tuned and know that knowing these signs is the first thing you can do to keep yourself safe. 2. Lack of compassion. Empathy, or being able to understand and share someone else's feelings, is a key part of connecting with others and being compassionate. We can feel someone else's happiness or sadness, which helps us connect with them and show that we care. People who don't show empathy, on the other hand, are clearly evil. These people don't see others as people with feelings and rights. They see them as tools to be used for their own purposes. Understanding the lack of empathy. Not being able to notice and value other people's feelings is what lack of empathy is at its core. This deficit shows up in a number of troubling behaviors, such as not caring about other people's pain, not feeling bad about hurting others, and not being able to truly celebrate another person's achievements. People who don't have empathy don't see or care about other people's feelings or wants. The effects of this absence. Being around someone who doesn't understand how you feel is very bad. When someone is a liar, they only meet your emotional needs when they help them reach their own goals. When victims' feelings are ignored or put down, they often feel confused, unimportant, and alone. If someone doesn't have empathy, it can be easy for emotional abuse to happen, even if it's hidden as strong love, indifference, or even aggression. Seeing the signs. How can you tell if someone really doesn't care about other people? Look for habits that make you or other people's feelings seem unimportant or unimportant. Pay attention when someone refuses to accept the results of their actions, especially when those actions hurt other people. A red flag is when someone repeatedly uses reasons to explain away hurtful or cruel behavior, or, even worse, says the victim is being too sensitive or exaggerating. How to interact. Being self-aware and having strong limits are important when dealing with someone who doesn't understand how you feel. Realize that their inability to connect personally with you doesn't mean they don't think your feelings are valid or that you are not worthy of them. Seeking help from friends or professionals who understand and can validate your feelings can give you mental support that someone who doesn't understand and can't offer. Questions to think about. Think about a time when you felt like someone didn't get or care about how you felt. How did that change the way you talk to them? How can you keep your mental health safe when you're working with someone who doesn't understand how you feel? We'd love to hear your ideas and plans in the comments. When we are trying to figure out what kinds of traits possibly bad people have, the lack of empathy is a very important red flag. We will now talk about knowledge of manipulation, which is another tool they use to control people. Stay with us as we continue to learn more about these difficult exchanges and come up with ways to handle them. 3. Being able to control others. People who want to do harm often use the sneaky and subtle art of influence. It's a way to change someone's mind or behavior without actually persuading them, but by lying, forcing them, or taking advantage of them. It's important to be able to spot influence when you see it, because it's a trait of people who are generally bad in their relationships. Description of manipulation. This type of abuse looks like regular conversation, which makes it very dangerous. It can look like guilt trips to get people to do something, gaslighting to make people question themselves, or acting powerless to get people to feel sorry for them and help them. The goal of a trickster is always the same: to get you to do what they want, even if it costs you. Recognizing deceptive behaviors. To spot manipulation, you need to pay attention to both the obvious and the less obvious signs. To get what they want, manipulators often play on people's emotions, using pity or a sense of duty. They may also change facts and situations to help themselves, making themselves look like the victim or denying guilt even when proof is shown. They also often lie or change their minds based on what they can gain at the time. For example, they might say one thing but do something else. The results of being manipulated. Manipulation can have very bad effects. It can make people doubt themselves as they question what they think and what they choose. When someone is manipulative, they break down the foundations of honesty and mutual respect, which can lead to mistrust and anger. As the target deals with the manipulator's constant lies and demands, they may start to feel mentally and physically worn out. Strategies to fight manipulation. Being aware of manipulation is the first step toward being able to fight it. The first step is to recognize the signs. The next step is to set limits. Make it clear and strong what is and isn't okay, and don't bend on these rules, even if someone tries to push you. When in question, get outside opinions. Sometimes an outside view can make it clear if someone is manipulating you. Lastly, make self-care and support from people you trust, who can affirm your truth and worth a top priority. Questions to think about. Can you think of a time when you felt like you were being manipulated? What signs did you see, and what did you do? What tactics can you use to fortify your independence and improve your resistance to manipulation? In the comments, share your thoughts and stories with the group. Negative people have a lot of strong tools they can use to hurt others. We can better protect ourselves and keep our relationships strong if we understand and recognize its signs. As we continue to look at the traits of bad people, our next topic will be their need for power, which is another important part of how they act. 4. The need to be in charge. One thing that sets people with bad motives apart is their strong desire to control others. This need to control other people's lives can show up in many ways, such as telling others what to do and think, or telling them what to choose. To keep your independence and health when dealing with controlling people, you need to understand and recognize their dominating behavior. Understanding control in relationships. People often have control in relationships because they are afraid or insecure. They try to deal with their own stress and confusion about the world around them by controlling other people. This kind of behavior, on the other hand, is dangerous and harmful because it makes the other person less independent and lowers their self-esteem. Things that show controlling behavior. Behavior that is controlling can be obvious or not so obvious. It could mean telling you what to wear, who to hang out with, and how to spend your money. It could also look like constant criticism that makes you feel bad about yourself and like you need help. People who are controlling often use emotional tricks to get what they want, like guilt-tripping or gaslighting. They might cut you off from people who can help you, which makes it harder to fight their impact. The effects of being controlled. Being controlled by someone can have very negative effects on your mental health. Because you're constantly told that your choices and wants are wrong or not important, it can make you lose confidence. Over time, you may start to rely on the controller more and more and start to question your own ability to make choices. You can get stuck in a pattern of control and submission that is hard to get out of the first place. Ways to fight control. Taking back your independence is an important part of getting out of a controlling relationship. Start by recognizing the controlling behaviors and realizing that they aren't about how inadequate you are, but about how insecure the boss is. You should set clear limits and be clear about them. Get back in touch with your support system by looking for friends and family who can give you advice and help. Sometimes getting help from a therapist can give you the tools and understanding you need to get out of a bad situation and rebuild your sense of self. Questions to think about. Are you used to being in charge in a relationship? What clues helped you figure out what was going on? How can you increase the strength of your limits so that you are protected from future controlling behavior? Share your thoughts and ideas in the comments section below to join the discussion. Recognizing and dealing with the urge to control someone is a big step toward keeping your mental health in good shape and making sure your relationships are based on shared support and respect. As we move on, our last talk will be about pathological lying, which is another important sign that you are working with someone who wants to hurt you. 5. A web of lies. Pathological lying is a very troubling trait that people with bad motives show. It's not just a small lie once in a while. It's a habit of lying that's often used to trick, control, and influence other people. In this part, we'll figure out how the complicated web of lies that some people may be trying to spread works. Understanding pathological lying. People who are pathologically lying have a strong desire to lie even when there is no reason to do so. These people craft complicated stories by expertly using facts and feelings to further their own hidden goals. Their lies are often believable, which makes it hard to tell fact from fiction. Why people lie? There are many reasons why people lie in an unhealthy way. It can be an attempt to hide doing something bad, boost one's self-esteem, or use others to get what you want. These people are trying to make a fake world that fits their goals by making up stories and facts. The lies could be about anything from small, seemingly unimportant things to big, life-changing lies. How to spot a pathological liar? It can be hard to spot a pathological liar because they are so good at lying. But there are things to look out for. When asked, they might keep changing their stories, say things that aren't true, or give hazy, evasive answers. Over time, mistakes and errors start to show. When you feel like something is too good to be true or doesn't make sense, trust your gut. The effects of pathological lying. Pathological lying can cause a lot of harm. People who are victims often go through a lot of mental pain, confusion, and a general lack of trust. As the web of lies grows, trust and closeness in relationships break down. These kinds of people can make the workplace dangerous, where the truth is hard to find and chaos rules. To protect your health and keep good relationships, you need to know what happens when someone lies excessively. Ways to deal with pathological lies. Being careful is important when dealing with a pathological liar. Keep an open mind and check facts whenever you can. Record talks and activities so you can find things that don't make sense. Get help from people you know who can give you a different point of view and validate your feelings. To protect your mental and physical health, you may need to end the relationship or get help from a professional in the worst situations. Questions to think about. Have you ever met someone who lies all the time? What were the clues that helped you figure out how they were acting? In what ways can you keep yourself from falling for the web of lies that someone with bad intentions is weaving? Let's learn from each other's wisdom by sharing your ideas and experiences in the comments. There are many aspects to pathological lying that can have a big impact on the people who are affected by it. We can handle these difficult situations better if we know about this trait and how it affects us. Understanding the warning signs of working with people who might be trying to hurt you is important for your health and for making good relationships. As we become more aware of and deal with traits like lack of empathy, manipulation skills, the need to control, and the web of lies, we give ourselves the power to protect our emotional and mental health. Being self-aware, setting limits, asking for help, and sharing what we know can make the world safer and more understanding, which can lead to better relationships with other people. Have you ever thought about how to keep your inner peace in any situation in this world where feelings and stress seem to never end? Also, how can you keep from being pulled away by bad feelings? Masters of calm, those who follow the Stoic philosophy, I found the answer. Let's now share these important lessons with you. This is where old and modern wisdom meet. Let's explore this world and learn how to not only live, but live fully and with meaning. The first principle is to accept what we can't change. In a world that is always changing and is full of uncertainty, realizing and accepting what we can't change saves us time and energy and makes us less anxious and stressed. Stoic thinkers give us the courage to pay attention to the things we can change, like our thoughts, feelings, and deeds. We start to see life from a different angle when we learn to tell the difference between items we can and cannot control. We learn not to waste time and energy thinking about things that don't affect us or that we can't change. Instead, we focus on tasks we can control and ways to improve ourselves. Managing something not only makes us better to deal with problems, but it also helps us find inner peace that isn't affected by what's going on around us. This understanding also helps relationships at work and in your personal life in big ways. We learn to change and come up with creative solutions at work instead of getting upset when we know that not all projects or decisions will go as planned. Understanding that we can't control our feelings or everyone else's actions helps us be more patient, understanding, and good at talking to each other in relationships. Think about Mike, a project manager who had to deal with supply problems that caused his projects to run behind schedule. He didn't let his disappointment get to him. Instead, he used this Stoic concept to accept what was happening and focus on how to fix it. Mike made changes to the project plan and kept the customer informed about the delay. His willingness to change and accept what happened not only helped solve the problem quickly, but it also earned him the trust of customers and co-workers. When we face difficulties like failure or even success, this idea also aids in the development of mental resilience. We learn to keep our cool and look at everything with an open mind. We will not let bad feelings take over anymore. Instead, we will learn to approach every situation with a calm and cheerful outlook. According to the Stoic philosophy, understanding what we can't change is not just good advice. It's also a way of life that lets us go through life calmly and effectively. We can find inner peace and build the strength and freedom to face any situation with confidence if we follow this concept in our daily lives. Number 2, the practice of not caring about joys or pains. The second principle makes us think about how we relate to the outside world and to our senses. Stoic thinkers tell us not to let our feelings get the best of us and to keep our minds calm no matter what happens in our lives. Not only do they tell us to give up, but the Stoic view of happiness sees them as a real call to think and be sober. They deeply remind us of how the never-ending search for happiness often has results that were not meant. Instead of letting it take over our lives, Stoic masters tell us to stay away from pain and problems when we have them, and instead push us to be brave and persistent. They encourage us to face these difficulties with courage and patience, not to avoid them, but to see them as important chances for soul-enriching growth and development. In this way, they turn pain into a springboard for personal development. The most important idea in Stoic philosophy is the idea of neutrality. No matter how you look at it, indifference is not just indifference. It's seen as a way to find inner peace. Stoics think that being indifferent means not letting the ups and downs of life control your feelings and not being affected by happiness and pain. To do it, you need to know a lot about how things really work and be able to control your thoughts and feelings. It's not always easy to follow this concept. It takes constant self-awareness and control, which is a process of constantly learning more about yourself. Instead of avoiding or downplaying our feelings, we need to learn to recognize them and deal with them directly. Only then can we take control. Stoics stay strong when they face problems and challenges, not having their feelings affect what they do or how they make decisions. To keep in mind, it's not enough to just not care about happiness or sadness. You also need to look for balance and inner peace. From an objective point of view, it's about not letting random feelings take over your life and instead working on having a calm soul and a clear mind when life gets rough. To sum up, a big part of Stoic philosophy is learning to ignore happiness and sadness. This isn't just a lesson, it's also an example of how to live a more worthwhile life and find inner peace and happiness. Every person has the power to control their feelings and the strength of their will. This is an ongoing process of personal growth. Third principle, dealing with feelings on the path to mental peace are important. The third concept is like a lantern. It shows you the way to find yourself. This concept is not only a way to live, but it's also a powerful lesson from the Stoics that we have the power to control and direct our feelings. In Stoic philosophy, feelings are not seen as enemies that need to be fought, but as signs or messages from within that need to be understood and listened to. No matter how sad, happy, angry, or joyful you are, each one has its own lessons and strengths. When we start to look at our feelings through the lens of understanding and awareness, we can change the way we think and believe. This isn't just about controlling your feelings. It's a deep journey of self-understanding that goes deep into the reasons behind each emotional outburst. By recognizing and changing our feelings and judging them, we not only break free from the chains of negativity, but we also learn how to handle any situation with calm and wisdom. We try to take a deep breath and ask ourselves, why do I feel this way? Every time we stop to better understand it. Let us go back to the story of Anna, a project manager who was having a hard time because a key team member quit without warning. While Anna was angry and worried at first, she stopped and thought about it. She realized that his anger came from worrying that he wouldn't finish the job. He didn't let his bad feelings take over. Instead, he used them to drive him to find answers. She and her team quickly changed the structure of the project plan and came up with a better way to do their job. Anna not only solved the issue, but she also learned the importance of resilience in trying times. We develop the ability of self-control and self-assurance when we deal with our feelings and resilience in challenging conditions. This process isn't easy, but it creates a calm place where feelings aren't a source of instability, but of strength and motivation. When we finally learn how to control our feelings, we not only feel better about ourselves, but we also see and care more about the world around us. We show self-control, deep knowledge, and kindness in every choice we make, every word we speak, and every action we take. You can learn Stoicism from this, but you can also learn about life from it. It's a lesson in strength, courage, and peace. The fourth principle is to know yourself. Knowing yourself is the most important thing in Stoic philosophy and a lot of other philosophical and spiritual systems. The Stoic school of philosophy says that getting to know yourself is the first step to understanding your ideas, feelings, and behaviors better. It stresses honest self-knowledge, which includes figuring out your ideals, your dreams, and the way you want your life to go. In a world full of change and uncertainty, getting to know ourselves well helps us find inner peace. When we know who we are, we can handle our own problems without letting bad feelings or outside factors take over. This lets each of us react to life in a thoughtful and active way, instead of just responding naturally or emotionally. So that they can get to this state, Stoics often write in a journal and read and think about each entry. They also think about themselves, and in each moment of self-reflection, they learn more about their strengths, weaknesses, and deeply held beliefs and attitudes. You are not only learning about yourself, but also getting better at being yourself. Think about Jack, who works in an office and often tries to find a balance between his work and home life. As Jack learned more about Stoic philosophy and self-nourishment, he came to the realization that personal growth was more important to him than financial success. By using self-knowledge in his daily life, Jack slowly reduced the stress of his job by focusing on what was most important to him and finding the balance that made his life better and more fulfilling. Stoic thinkers say that getting over bias and the ability to lie to ourselves is the hardest part of learning about ourselves. This takes courage. We can get past these problems one step at a time on the way to real self-knowledge by being honest and truthful in everything we do and think through meditation, critical thinking, and honest talks with other people. Understanding yourself is not a goal, but a way to change and get better all the time. We can work to develop a Stoic mind and boost virtues like courage, modesty, wisdom, and justice by getting to know ourselves better. Self-awareness is not only the key to inner freedom, but it's also a strong base for spiritual and personal growth. We can live a worthwhile life based on inner peace and unity if we know ourselves. Fifth principle: having virtue in your daily life. Virtue is a fundamental tenet of Stoic philosophy that influences how we live and behave. The Stoics believe that virtue is the best thing a person can do, both for themselves and for the Stoic group as a whole. Philosophy says that there are four main virtues that make up a decent life. One of these virtues is justice, which means not only being fair to other people, but also making sure that our decisions and actions are fair and moral. If you have courage, you can face the problems, fears, and limits that life brings you with patience and drive. To do this, you need to have the courage to do the right thing, stand up for your morals, and not let fear control your choices. To be temperate, you need to be patient and determined to follow moral rules and ideals. This means being able to control your wants and outside forces so you can do what is right and important. Wisdom isn't just knowing things, it's also being able to use what you know in real life. It means knowing what to do, how to make smart choices, and how to deal with problems in a smart way. These ideals are very important for building a moral base and helping us find inner peace and real happiness in life. In our complicated world, they tell us how to live and act in ways that are good for us and those around us. To practice virtue, you have to keep learning about yourself and getting better all the time. People use this advice not only in tough scenarios, but also in their everyday lives. When facing different problems and making choices, Virtue not only makes you happy, but it also helps make society fair and peaceful. The practice of virtue in Stoicism is more important than ever, especially in this day and age. People who follow the Stoic way of life try to stay true to their morals by staying calm and making decisions, even when things get tough or unclear. People around him look up to him because of this, and it helps him deal with life in a useful way. Following Stoic virtues is not only the right thing to do, it's also the way to true happiness and satisfaction. Finding the right mix between the four core virtues is important for building a strong base for a worthwhile and peaceful life. Sixth principle: pay attention to the present. The present moment is where we need to be in order to control our thoughts and live a more worthwhile life. We should live a useful and realistic life and not let the bad things that happened in the past or the worries about the future keep us from having fun. We can feel less stressed and anxious when we pay attention to the present moment. We learn to accept things that can't be changed and not worry about the things that happened in the past. In every scenario, this helps us stay cool and patient. The main idea behind Stoic philosophy is to enjoy each moment as it comes. Stoic thinkers urge us to live fully in the present by giving every event our full attention. We will better understand the beauty of life and the worth of small moments if we do this. This makes everyday life more satisfying and joyful. Focusing on the present is not only a key part of Stoic philosophy, but it's also a powerful way to make your life important and successful. When we focus our thoughts and full attention on the current job, we often notice a huge boost in our performance and creativity. So, the question is, how can we focus on the present moment? Focusing on the present moment can be helped by practices like awareness and meditation. They make us more aware, keep us from getting sidetracked, and help us relax. Picture yourself sitting in a lush green yard with a clear blue sky above you. The warm sunlight is flowing through the leaves, making you feel good. You choose to be in the present instead of thinking about work, plans for the future, or mistakes you've made in the past. Listen to the birds singing and smell the fresh grass. That's when you really feel alive. At that very moment, you are not stressed or under any kind of pressure. Instead, you are enjoying the peace and joy of living in the present. So, thinking about the past or the future can make you feel worse. Living in the present can help you feel better. This not only makes our lives better, but it also helps us make smarter, more moral choices every day. Practice awareness, make a plan, and enjoy each moment to put the concept of focus on the present into practice. Because of this, your life will be more interesting, and you will know how to enjoy every moment in peace and happiness. The seventh principle is to find inner peace. Stoic philosophy says that inner peace is a high level of spiritual well-being in which our minds find unity and peace in all situations. This concept is very important because it helps us learn more about ourselves and become better people. According to Stoicism, knowing oneself is not enough to deal with life. It also means finding your deepest ideals and life goals. We understand our own feelings better, find out what life is all about, and make our personal goals more clear. Another important part of this concept is acceptance. We learn to be calm and accepting of changes and problems instead of getting angry or worried about them. We accept these changes as normal parts of life and wait calmly for them to happen. We are also told to have the courage to handle our feelings at the same time. As we go through life, we learn to control our feelings and not let them control what we do and how we act. This helps us keep our emotions in check so that we don't lose control when things don't go as planned. Imagine being very excited about planning a big vacation, but when bad weather breaks your plans, you don't let sadness or anger stop you from making a choice. Instead, you accept that the weather is out of your hands and decide whether to move the trip to a later date or spend some time alone at home. This shows how to follow the Stoic concept of seeking inner peace by not letting your feelings decide what you do. In the end, finding inner peace is one of the most important ideas in Stoic philosophy. What it is, instead of just a simple life goal, is an enthusiastic journey towards self-awareness and real happiness. Stoic philosophy's 8th principle is one of the most important ideas that helps people understand and deal with death, which is an essential part of life. It makes us want to find meaning and peace in our lives, build a strong and calm soul, and learn a lot about ourselves. Not worrying about or being afraid of death is not part of Stoic philosophy. Instead, death is seen as a normal and important part of life. This idea makes us think about death as a unique part of life and asks a very important question. How can we live meaningful lives if we know that we could die at any time? It's important to have a good view of death. The Stoic school of thought says we should focus on the following. First, recognize that death is normal. This will help you remember that no one can avoid death and that it is a part of life that we all have to face. Second, don't let your fear take over. It is very important to not be afraid of death. Third, don't see death as an end in itself. See it as a part of life. Stoics say that when it comes to death, you should be calm and not judge. Fear only makes painful and tense feelings worse in life. Because everyone will die at some point, Stoics see it as an important part of life that teaches us to live in the moment and lead worthwhile lives. Finally, having a positive view of death can help us reach spiritual freedom by removing the stress that comes with thinking about death and allowing us to focus on living good, worthwhile lives. The most important thing is that having a good view of death not only helps us deal with it more peacefully, but it also brings people together. This makes us care about and love the people around us. In the end, we should remember that having a good view of death helps us live a useful and peaceful life, which is how people naturally behave. Principle number 9, be patient when things go wrong. In Lesson 9, we learned that the main idea of Stoic philosophy is to stay calm and patient when bad things happen. This idea is at the heart of Stoic philosophy and gives people ideas and direction for their daily lives. There are things we can't change in life, and things aren't always easy. We need to accept this. This acceptance doesn't mean we're giving up. It means we know what our limits are. Persistence and patience are two important traits to have when dealing with problems. To wait for the right time and keep trying to fix the problem, we need to be persistent, because doing so helps us stay calm when we face problems and keeps us from giving up under pressure. Let's say you're trying to learn a new language but are having trouble understanding the rules of grammar and talking to people who speak the language naturally. Accept that learning a new language can be hard and take time. Don't give up. Instead, keep going, work on your speech, talk to people, and listen to people who speak the language naturally. Don't let the difficulties and errors you encounter deter you from having courage. Instead, think of them as things you need to do to learn. You'll eventually be able to speak and understand the language better, which will help you keep a good mood while you learn it. As part of the Stoic philosophy, people are also told to face their fears and worries with courage. We can control these feelings and keep them from making us worry about the future by being patient. We can find inner peace and grow as people when we face difficulties. In order to get stronger and smarter, we just need to learn how to deal with them. 10th principle, it's in our nature to look for happiness. Many people try to find happiness in this world by chasing after material things and wealth. Stoic philosophy, on the other hand, offers a different view on happiness by focusing on the most basic parts of human nature. The Stoics believed that we can find real happiness within ourselves through virtue and self-improvement, not outside of us. This starts with being self-aware, which means knowing who you are, what you value, and what virtues you want to grow. Moral virtues like fairness, courage, forgiveness, and thanks are also encouraged by Stoic philosophy. By practicing these virtues and behaving properly around other people, we help to make the world a happier place. Finding value in life and giving back to society are important parts of the Stoic philosophy, and they are also the keys to happiness and satisfaction. Stoic philosophy tells us that the only way to be truly happy is to live a worthwhile life and help other people. Take the story of Peter, a young man who loved shopping and was always happy when he did it. But his happiness would quickly fade after each shopping trip. Peter used to feel like his life was empty and he had no purpose. One day, he read about Epictetus's Stoic philosophy and understood that real happiness doesn't come from getting more stuff, but from having good morals and a purpose in life. Peter decided that instead of focusing on getting more stuff, he would spend time being grateful and helping other people. Because of this, Peter was happy and thought it was important to be a better person every day. Life goes on around us, and being thankful is a big part of being happy in our daily lives. Being aware of ourselves and enjoying the little things in life can help us stay happy and upbeat. We have looked at 10 ways to master the soul with Stoic wisdom on this trip. The 10th principle gives us a deep understanding of happiness and tells us to look for it in the very core of our being. This helps us understand that happiness is not some faraway goal, but something that can be reached by finding virtue and purpose in life. These values give us direction and motivation to live a useful and satisfying life, no matter what problems we face. We can develop inner peace and happiness and move through the difficulties of life with courage and grace by following the wisdom of Stoic philosophy. Have you ever been shocked when a door slammed shut in your face? It was the best thing that could have happened to you. Marcus Aurelius, a Stoic philosopher, served as our inspiration as we delve into the art of turning rejection into an opportunity. Picture a world where every no doesn't hold you back, but instead moves you forward. Even though the word rejection hurts, it can help you reach even greater heights. Not to trick fate, but to understand that the universe's no is sometimes a secret yes to something bigger. So, do you feel like you're being forgotten, missed, or undervalued? Now is the time to change the story. Life will sometimes give you the cold shoulder, but don't back down. Get above it. It's not rude to ignore people who ignore you. It says a lot about how much you value yourself. Imagine that someone doesn't want to spend time with you. It's not your loss, but theirs. By not responding, you're telling them, I am worth more. It's like facing them with a mirror and showing them that your behavior doesn't affect you. The question is, how to do this without becoming angry? Just think about your life, your goals, and your happiness. Do things that make you happy, like reading, sports, learning a new skill, or just spending time with people who care about you. It's not about getting back at someone. It's about getting your energy back and putting it to good use. Even though it hurts when someone ignores us, don't let that hurt hold you back. Instead, use it to push yourself to grow. They won't care about you if you build a wall of self-respect around you. You're not just getting through their disappointment, you're living in spite of it. You're showing a lot of inner strength by acting in this way, not just mental growth. Remember that the fact that someone can't see your worth doesn't make you less valuable. Be true to who you are and let your deeds talk louder than theirs. Don't show your feelings. It can hurt to be turned down, which can make you want to act out and let your feelings run wild. But the Stoics know how to use a secret weapon: staying cool. Sometimes when someone brushes you off, you might want to let your anger or sadness take over. Stoicism is a philosophy that is just as useful now as it was in ancient Greece. It gives us a different way to live. It means giving a calm, well-thought-out answer. It's not about hiding your feelings. It's about not letting them take over when no one pays attention to you. Don't get angry or look for approval. Instead, take a step back. Why is this bothering me? Most of the time, it's not the rejection itself that hurts us the most, but our own feelings of inadequacy. At this point, we need to get real. People are ignoring you. Take deep breaths. Think about why this moment doesn't define you, just for a moment. Stoicism tells us to pay attention to what we do and how we react, not what other people do. Be nice then. Be nice. If you want to reach out, do so out of real care, not expectation. This method isn't about being quiet. It's about taking charge of your feelings. It means realizing that your worth doesn't depend on what other people think of you. How you react gives you power, not how other people treat you. That changes everything. It's not easy to adopt this way of thinking, but it changes everything. When you stay cool after being turned down, you're not just getting through a tough scenario, you're also growing. You're learning that your inner peace doesn't depend on what other people think of you. You learn to value yourself on your own as you work on building your self-confidence. Real strength and resilience are demonstrated by doing this. Also, guess what? That is really beautiful. People are interested in confident people who don't break down at the first sign of weakness. You're not just living when you stay calm, you're thriving. You are changing into someone who can handle being turned down and use it as a chance to grow. That's the way of the Stoic. Third, take them out of your mind when you get turned down. When you learn how to detach, you have a strong tool at your disposal. It's not about forgetting or acting like the rejection didn't hurt. It's about using that experience to change something. Recognize that you were turned down and feel its effects, but don't let it hold you back like a skilled sailor in rough seas. Do not let the waves flip over your boat. Instead, use them to move you forward. A change in viewpoint is needed to transform rejection. Think of rejection not as a problem that you can't get past, but as a sign that points you in a new direction. Do things that make you feel good and help you see new things. Start reading a book that makes you think. Join a sport that pushes you, or help out with a community project that will give you a new view. These things aren't just escapes. They're ways to learn about yourself and grow. Each new event shapes you in a way that makes you stronger and more flexible. Also, build a group of good vibes. Spend time with people who make you feel good and give you ideas. Talk about your goals and listen to what they have to say. These kinds of exchanges make a space where everyone can grow. Remember that being turned down doesn't mean you're not good enough. It's a call to find yourself again and start over as you go through this trip. You'll see that what seemed like a painful rejection was really a sign to go in a different direction. Rejection hurts, but it also shows your resilience and shows how valuable you are. Don't give up when things get tough. Instead, see them as chances to show how tough you are. Take a deep breath the next time you're left out of a meeting or passed over for a raise. Avoid making a storm of self-pity or anger. Instead, use that energy to do something good. Take on a job that shows off your skills or offer to lead a new project. Other people's mistakes don't make you less valuable. They make you shine even better. Even though there is a chance of being fired, remember the old proverb, when one door closes, another opens. That isn't just empty talk, it's a plan for what to do. Rejection doesn't mean you're not valuable, it just means you need to go somewhere else. You might be being pushed towards something that fits your skills and interests better if you don't get the part you wanted. Use this as a reason to look again and get back on track. What are your main strengths? How can you change things to make the most of them? It's about writing your own success story, one in which every failure is a chance to make things right. It's not about putting on a fake smile when you're sad. It's about feeling all of your feelings and then going on with grace. Stoicism tells us to pay attention to what we can change, what we do, and how we feel when we are rejected. Show respect for other people and for yourself. That co-worker who forgot about you might be dealing with their own fears. Don't see understanding as a sign of weakness. See it as proof of your strength. Learn from these things. Think about them. Find out. Then, like a phoenix, rise from the ashes of being turned down, stronger and smarter than before. So, being turned down isn't the end of your story. It's just a plot twist that forces you to become the most honest and strong version of yourself. When you face your biggest fear head-on with the wisdom of old age and the energy of youth, watch as it changes from your biggest enemy to your best friend in personal growth and success. 5. Don't talk to anyone. Silence is more than just the lack of sound. It can help you deal with rejection and other difficult feelings. Think about being ignored or turned down. Your gut might tell you to fix it, reach out, and close that gap. But this is where you change things. Accept silence. It's not about playing games. It's about getting your power back when you decide not to respond or answer calls or texts. You are moving backwards. This break isn't just for them. It's also for you to refocus and remember that your worth isn't based on what other people think of you. Let's find out more. This silence isn't passive. It's planned and intentional. You aren't just waiting. You are thinking about things and getting better. Now is the time to get back to your life, your goals, and your interests. As a reset button, it gives you strength and focus. This time when you don't talk to them isn't mean or cold. It's a limit you set for your own mental health. This attitude isn't just stoic, it's powerful. It means, I respect myself too much to chase or beg. It eventually says a lot about your confidence and sense of self-worth. Please think about the message you're sending in silence. In a world where people expect answers right away, your silence can be interesting or even beautiful. It shows that you're strong and that you have a lot of things that are important to you. It's not about making them feel bad or making them come back crawling. It's about showing that you're strong, balanced, and not easily moved by outside approval. You can't be sure that this way will change their behavior, but it will change yours. This will make you stronger, more focused, and ready to handle whatever comes next with grace and ease. 6th, show them they're wrong. The art of rejection isn't just about showing other people they're wrong. It's also about showing yourself what you can really do. The idea is to turn no into something that helps you grow. Let's say someone doesn't believe you can do a certain job or skill. Now is your chance to get better at that. Not to get their praise, but to push yourself further. You'll be surprised at how well you can do something if you really put in the time and effort to learn it. It's not about giving the doubters a big surprise. It's about building a stronghold of skill and self-confidence in a quiet way. Now think about how your deeds, not your words, will affect people. You don't have to talk about your goals or success. Let the results do the talking. If people think you're not creative, do something that shows how creative you are. If someone calls you uncommitted, let your constant actions show them what you mean. This quiet movement of self-improvement isn't a fight against how other people see you. It's a quest for personal greatness. The world's story about you changes when you change. The best way to show them they're wrong is not to change their minds, but to change how you see yourself. Your journey to improve yourself will not only surprise others, but it will also change the way you think about what you can do. It's not enough to show them they're wrong. You need to change what right means to you. The biggest win on this journey is realizing that the only approval that counts is the one you give yourself. Seventh, have fun outside. The most beautiful parts of life shine through when we leave our comfort zones. There's more to embracing joy than just having fun. It's a smart way to build resilience when you get turned down. The normal response is to pull away and stew in how bad the experience was. But wait, there's more. Defeat that urge by choosing to look for happiness. That's not what this is about. It's about giving your feelings a new place to play. Whether it's trying out a new sport or going back to an old love, the act itself becomes a statement against the weight of rejection. People need to connect with each other, and having similar memories is very powerful. Remember how valuable your group is as you learn how to deal with failure. Get together with friends for a walk, an art project, or just a meal. These connections do more than just make you feel better. They remind you of your place in the web of human contact. With every laugh and story you tell, you gently remind yourself that you are more than the sum of your problems. You are a part of a bigger story that lives on connection and collective resilience. The real magic takes place here. Take a step into the unknown. Even though rejection can feel like a door shut, it actually opens a lot of others. Try a type of food you've never had before. Check out a neighborhood you haven't been to before, or go to a workshop on a subject you don't know much about. These things aren't just interruptions. They're chances to learn and grow. Every new experience gives you more depth as a person, making you more flexible, more understanding, and better prepared to deal with life's surprises. Don't forget that the goal isn't to forget the rejection, but to grow from it and use each no as a chance to make your life better and fuller. Eighth, get along with more people. Imagine being alone in a room and being forgotten or barely seen. This is where your secret chance is. As Stoics teach us, times of rejection can be used to make us better people. Instead of looking for approval, work on improving yourself and getting involved in your neighborhood. It's not about moving up the social ladder, it's about moving up the ladder of your own personal growth. Working out, trying new hobbies, or moving up in your job aren't just things you have to do. They're tools you can use to make yourself better and more adaptable. You might want to share your journey, not to get praise, but to connect with other people. When you talk about your hobbies or accomplishments, use them to connect with people who can relate to your story. This isn't a plan to get people to follow you. It's a serious attempt to find people with similar beliefs by helping or networking. Not only are you adding to your resume, but you're also building ties that matter. Stoic philosophy, which emphasizes the importance of both individual and collective growth, is the foundation of this method. When you're trying to raise your social status, the goal is very important. Not because you want to be famous, but because you want to become a better person. Every action you take should be a step toward making things better, and it should have a positive effect on the whole society. This change in viewpoint is very important. It's not about being seen, it's about growing and help others grow in return. This Stoic way of thinking is very useful in today's world. It can turn the wave of rejection into a strong wave of positive change. 9. Don't act like they're there. If someone is ignoring you, sometimes the best thing you can do is be quiet. You're not being rude or cold. You're just trying to keep your own peace. Let someone ignore you if they want to. Do not bother trying to get their attention or start a chat. Instead, turn your attention to something else in a social setting, like a party. This could mean going to someone who enjoys being with you. Bring up the subject there. Understanding that your worth is not based on what other people say about you is what it's all about. When you have to deal with this person, be professional. Talking should be short, to the point, and not about personal things. Keep it businesslike. This isn't about showing them up. It's about showing up for yourself. You are not making room for trouble that isn't needed. This way of thinking says, I'm here for what's important, not for the play. It helps you stay focused on what's important, so indifference doesn't shake you. In the end, if the disregard keeps going, learn to value the power of leaving. This is not a loss, it's a planned departure. Knowing that your energy is better spent on things and people that make you happy and help you grow is what it means. When you decide not to fight someone, you're not just getting rid of them. You're also going toward better chances, stronger relationships, and a calmer state of mind. Dealing with disinterest in a way that shows strength and self-respect is not a sign of failure. 10. Keep them out of sight and sound. If someone doesn't care about you, choosing quiet isn't about getting the upper hand, it's about keeping your pride. Stoicism tells us that silence should not be used to hurt or trick others, but as a way to think about ourselves and take control of our emotions. If someone ignores you and you don't say anything back, use that time to think about yourself. Now is the time to figure out how you feel, sort through your thoughts, and get clear. You're not trying to punish the other person. You're trying to keep your own peace. There is a huge chance for personal growth in this silence. It's not about closing down. It's about letting yourself be seen. Stoicism urges us to take advantage of these opportunities to consider our virtues, beliefs, and desired course of action in the world. We can think, why does this bother me? What can I learn from this? How can I grow? Being quiet like this is helpful, not harmful. Now is the time to strengthen your character and make sure that your actions are in line with your values. So if you decide to keep quiet, do it on purpose and based on self-care and wisdom. It's a choice not to do things that are beneath you, like lying, getting back at someone, or being petty. Not responding is instead a sign of stoicism, which is a call for moderation and self-control. You're not just avoiding someone else, you're paying close attention to yourself, focusing on your own journey and living up to the Stoic ideal of calmness in the face of trouble are all things you can practice. 11. Don't bug people for attention when they don't care. The Stoic way is not to beg for attention. It is to stand firm in your own freedom and sense of self-worth. If someone ignores you, that doesn't mean you need to perform brighter to get their attention. It's instead a chance to look inside and remind yourself of how valuable you are. Stoicism tells us that other people's attention shouldn't swing our sense of self-worth. It's about having a strong sense of self-worth and not letting anyone change your mind. Follow your interests and hobbies with a heart full of independence. You're not supposed to show off to make someone see what they're missing. You should see what you bring to the table for yourself. Do the things that make you happy. Make friends with people who like you and work on living a life that makes you happy. It's not an inactive act. It's a lively, energetic acceptance of your own life. Being so involved in your own growth and happiness makes the need for approval from other people seem less important. Don't chase after short-lived attention. Instead, put your money into yourself. Create a life that makes you happy, no matter what other people think of it. Let your self-assurance and confidence come from the things you've done well and grown as a person, not something you do to impress other people. This Stoic way of life isn't just about dealing with failure. It's about getting past it by focusing on what's important, your own growth and happiness. You use failure as a chance to fortify your resolve and expand your sense of worth. 12. Be kind, but keep your feelings to yourself, even if someone doesn't care about you. Pick to be kind in response, but keep your inner world strong. Being cold isn't the point. It's about keeping your peace. It's normal to feel hurt or angry when someone avoids you. Stoicism teaches us, though, to face these times not with a stormy heart, but with a calm one. Say something nice like hello or have a nice day, but don't worry about what they'll think. Your kindness is a present, not a deal. It's not about making walls to keep mental space. It's about drawing lines. It means realizing that you can only control what you do and not how other people react. This space between us is not a sign of weakness, but of strength and self-respect. Not letting someone else's acts affect how you feel is a choice you make. By being kind but not attached, you're telling them, I choose not to let your lack of interest throw off my balance. This method not only keeps you safe, it gives you power. Being kind and not caring about other people is a strong example of Stoic wisdom through this way. You need to find a balance between being kind to others and being true to your own feelings. You show respect for yourself and others by doing this. It also shows how mature and smart you are. This way, when people turn you down in life, you don't feel hurt or angry, but instead have a strong sense of inner peace and worth. 13. If someone avoids you, don't tell them about your problems. It can be very tempting to show how hard things are for you. Stoicism, on the other hand, teaches us how to keep our cool. Internal resilience is what it's all about, not pretending everything is fine. Showing that you're not influenced isn't a trick. It shows that you're really stable inside. Keep living your life with the same drive and desire you had before. It's not a show for other people, it's a demonstration of your own strength. This method doesn't mean ignoring your feelings. Just be aware of them and don't let them steer your ship. Keep your cool and trust your own judgment. It's about taking charge of what you can, like your actions, reactions, and attitude. Showing others your strength by living your life with confidence isn't just good for them, it's also good for you. It's a subtle but strong way to say that your sense of self-worth is separate from what other people think or do. You are basically following the Stoic philosophy of mental resilience by not telling anyone about your problem. Truly being courageous means meeting life's problems head-on with grace and honor. This isn't about putting on a tough face. So the next time someone ignores you, remember how powerful it is to stay calm. Let your deeds talk louder than your words, and your resilience will shine through any short-term loss. As Seneca said, the day is long if you know how to use it. But how do we end these long days? What can we do to make time into a peaceful bundle before the night comes to stay? Now we'll talk about something that combines the core of Stoicism with real-life issues. A Stoic practice is 8 things you should do every night. As a Stoic philosopher, Seneca knew how valuable time was and how important it was to think about the day before starting the next one. A lot is said about how important it is to start the day on the right foot, but just as important is learning how to end it on purpose. Through the view of Stoicism, we find a pattern that isn't just for resting, but also for getting new ideas and thinking about things. We'll talk about 8 habits that can make the ordinary into the extraordinary if you do them every night. These habits are not just things you do, they are steps you can take to build a calm mind and a strong spirit. These steps were made with the wisdom of the ancient Stoics in mind for people today who want to learn more. In the evening, when everything calms down and the stars start to shine across the vast sky, there is a great chance to improve yourself and think about your life. In these calm times, one can really understand the Stoics' wisdom, which doesn't change over time and is just as useful now as it was in the time of Marcus Aurelius. A man once said, "It is a shame for a man to grow old without seeing the beauty and strength of which his body is capable." This quote, which is hundreds of years old, perfectly captures the timeless importance of exercise, not just for looks, but as a key part of overall health. The Stoics had a deep understanding of how people work, and they knew that control in the body is directly linked to mental strength. They argued that working out isn't just about building physical strength. It's also about building self-control, focus, and resilience to deal with life's many obstacles. Consistent physical exercise forges these virtues that build a strong base of self-confidence and self-mastery, far outweighing the short-lived pleasure that comes from being praised by others. Because the media is always showing us bodies that are supposed to look a certain way, it's easy to forget why exercise is important. But the Stoics were very aware of what could go wrong if you tried to be physically perfect just for show. They warned that these kinds of efforts rarely lead to real happiness. Instead, they pushed exercise as a way to protect the body and mind from life's ups and downs. This lesson is still very important, especially in our busy world, where sayings like, "I'm too tired" or "I'm too stressed" can stop us from taking care of ourselves. Still, there are many reasons why we should make exercise a part of our nighttime routines. In addition to releasing endorphins, which are natural mood boosters, right away, physical activity is a strong way to deal with stress, making you think more clearly and feel more balanced. An evening workout, whether it's a hard workout or a slow walk under the stars, can make a big difference in the quality of our sleep. This can help us wake up feeling refreshed and ready to take on the tasks of the day with a clear head. As we walk softly under the celestial dome and let our worries melt away, we are reminded of what another Stoic philosopher said: "As long as you live, keep learning how to live." This evening walk is not only a way to get exercise, but also a time to meditate, a time to think about the day's events, learn from them, and make plans for the next day. Feel the cool night air on your skin and enjoy the beauty of the world around you. This is your chance to be in the present moment. So, working out every night isn't just a habit. It's a rite, a mental and physical trip that fits with Stoic ideals of growth, resilience, and balance between mind and body. The story shows that real strength doesn't come from how we look, but from how strong our heart is and how healthy our body is. People who follow this philosophy not only respect the Stoics' heritage, but they also take a big step toward a happier, more peaceful life. Let us remember the ancients' wisdom as we try to figure out how to live in this complicated world. Let's treat exercise not as a chore, but as a treasured chance to build inner strength, clear our minds, and get ready for the healing hug of a good night's sleep. By doing this, we strengthen our mental and emotional resilience as well as our physical health, living out the real meaning of Stoicism. Imagine that instead of just going to sleep at the end of the day, you opened your mind to the wisdom that has been passed down through the years and helped you live a life of virtue and purpose. The night becomes a refuge for thought and growth when you contemplate your inner wisdom, a practice that is deeply rooted in the Stoic tradition. Marcus Aurelius said, "Mastery of reading and writing requires a master, even more so, life." This quote shows how important it is to have a guide or mentor, not only when learning new skills, but also when figuring out how to live a full life. Stoics, who have a deep knowledge of both people and the world, know how important it is to look up to someone, a wise person who represents the virtues and wisdom we want to have. This wise person could be someone from history, someone we know today, or even an imagined form of virtue we have in our minds. Alexander the Great, who was both ruler and a Stoic intellectual, looked up to Zeno, who started the school of Stoicism. He often decided what to do by asking himself, what would Zeno do? This practice of thinking about a wise person is not about copying them just for the sake of copying them, but about making sure that our actions are in line with the virtues and wisdom that they represent. As you lie down to sleep each night, I want you to take a moment to think about the day that was and how you are changing. When you're having a rough time in life, ask yourself, what would my role model do? This question will help you find your way through the choices and challenges you face. Being very clear about who this role model is very important. It doesn't matter if they are a historical person, a leader you look up to, or someone who embodies the virtues you want to grow. Think about what you did and what you chose to do today. Like your role model, did they show wisdom and virtue? In what ways can you make your path tomorrow more like theirs? Finding qualities in yourself that your role model has can be very reassuring and inspiring. This practice that you do every night isn't about focusing on your flaws. It's about seeing chances to grow and get better. Asking yourself, how did I demonstrate my role model's virtues today? How can I improve these traits tomorrow? Thinking about who you are and who you want to be every night is a way to connect with yourself. You should be proud of your progress, no matter how small, and make plans for the next day. You start a trip of constant self-improvement and personal growth when you constantly match your actions with the wisdom of your chosen teacher. It's not just about improving yourself, it's also about making a difference in the world by upholding the greatest human virtues. As you make this a regular part of your evening routine, you'll notice that it not only makes you more aware of your choices, but it also strengthens your link to the ancient wisdom that leads the Stoic road. Don't forget that every night is a chance to think, learn, and get closer to the wise person you look up to and the virtues they show. Through the guidance of the wisdom of those who have gone before us on the path of virtue, this practice shows that people believe we can all change significantly. Tonight is the time to connect with this wisdom, think about your journey, and make plans for living a life that is in line with the greatest goals of Stoicism. When the world around us falls into a peaceful stillness at night, it's the perfect time to think about things and be thankful. Seneca's wise words, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future," perfectly capture this practice, which has its roots in the Stoic tradition. Such wisdom encourages us to enjoy the present moment and let go of the worries about the future. This is why we're going to learn how to practice gratitude, which is an important part of a Stoic's evening routine and can help us find peace and resilience in our minds. At its core, gratitude is noticing and appreciating the good things in our lives, which are often hidden in the everyday moments. We take a moment to think about all the good things in our lives, from big accomplishments to small but meaningful pleasures, like holding a warm cup of tea in our hands, being surrounded by comfortable silence, or sharing a quick smile with a stranger. Making a list of at least 3 things we are grateful for every night is more than just a way to improve our attitude. It's a path that leads to happiness and peace. It is perfectly in line with the Stoic maxim that we should be grateful for what we have rather than sad about what we don't have, which promotes peace both within ourselves and with the outside world. In addition, showing thanks is a powerful way to build resilience. We strengthen our emotional resilience and get ready to face future challenges with grace and strength by recognizing the good, especially when faced with difficulty. This daily habit not only helps us fall asleep peacefully by surrounding us with good thoughts, but it also improves our relationships by making us more aware of and grateful for the people in our lives. It shows that Stoics were right about the power of perspective. Having a mindset of wealth can change how we connect with our surroundings and lead us to a life full of peace and happiness. To make being grateful a regular part of our evening habit is more than just acknowledging it in our minds. It's about developing a genuine gratitude that can be shown in many ways, such as through writing in a book or taking a moment to think quietly. If we keep up this habit, it could completely change the way we see things, letting us see our lives through the lens of plenty instead of lack. We are most in line with the Stoic goal of inner peace and resilience here, in this space of thanks. Life in the modern world can feel like a never-ending search for the next big thing. Being grateful brings us back to the present and reminds us of how good our life is right now. As a result, we learn that happiness and satisfaction are not places to go, but ways of being that can be grown every day. One of the great thinkers in Stoicism, Marcus Aurelius, said, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts." By adding gratitude to our nightly routine, we not only honor the Stoic tradition, but we also start living a more meaningful and fulfilled life. As a conclusion, practicing thanks is a deep form of Stoicism that can lead to true happiness and resilience. It takes courage to stop, think, and be grateful for all that life has to offer, which is very similar to the Stoic philosophy of peace and happiness. By making this a regular part of our evening routine, we not only improve our mental health, but we also get closer to living a Stoic life where we can handle the ups and downs of life with a calm mind and a strong spirit. While the world around us falls into a peaceful stillness in the evening, there is a perfect chance to set the stage for the next day. Deeply rooted in the wisdom of Stoicism, this practice isn't just about getting our lives in order. It's also about cultivating an attitude that welcomes the dawn with energy and purpose. An important figure in Stoic philosophy, Marcus Aurelius, once said, "In your actions, do not procrastinate." This quote shows how important it is to get ready in the morning, which Aurelius himself thought was very important. The reason he got up early wasn't to rebel against the comfort of sleep. It was because he wanted to make the most of every moment of his life. From this point of view, sleep becomes a trip that heals, a required break that prepares the mind for the tasks of the next day. Because they have a deep understanding of people, the Stoics know that an effective day is often built on the previous night's work. They thought about their goals, imagined different results, and did some self-reflection as they practiced for the next day. This habit wasn't just done in the morning, it was also done in the evening too. This created a loop of planning and thinking that finished and began each day. By picturing the tasks and challenges that were ahead of them, they gave themselves a mental map that would help them deal with life's unknowns with grace and resilience. Adopting this Stoic routine is more than just making plans. It's about developing a way of thinking that makes morning choices less stressful so we can save our mental energy for bigger problems. Imagine planning out your clothes for the next day, cleaning up your workspace, or making a list of easy but effective things you need to do in the morning the night before. These seemingly unimportant acts are strong ways to keep from getting too tired to make decisions. No matter how small the choice, it comes from the same place in our minds. By making these choices more quickly, we not only protect our mental resources, but we also improve our general health and feel ready to start the day. This planning for bed is beautiful because it is so simple and has such a big effect on our everyday lives. This approach not only makes getting ready for the day easier, but it also helps reduce the stress that comes with thinking about what you have to do tomorrow. The Stoic philosophy of self-discipline and the significance of living with purpose are both demonstrated by this practice. When we get ready for the day, we remember the Stoic concept that our lives are not shaped by the things that happen to us, but by how we react to them. We strengthen our inner resilience while getting ready for the morning, which sets the tone for a day filled with purpose and peace. This method of getting ready for bed, which was influenced by Marcus Aurelius and his Stoic contemporaries, is more than just a routine. It is a philosophy of life. It teaches us that how aware our nights are has a direct effect on how good our mornings are. By following this habit, we not only respect the Stoics' wisdom, but we also accept a way of life that is thoughtful, meaningful, and deeply satisfying. So, let's set the stage for a day that is both productive and worthy of the calm and strong spirit of Stoicism in the quiet hours of the evening. Not only do we honor the timeless wisdom of ancient thinkers, but we also give our modern lives a sense of clarity, purpose, and peace that goes beyond the limits of time. Do you sometimes feel like you want to hold on to a friendship or relationship because it's comfortable, but you also know that it's not helping you grow. It's a hard truth to accept, isn't it? It's possible that the people we love most and have shared so many moments with will not always be there for us. But this is where Stoicism's wisdom can help us. Stoicism, an ancient philosophy, instructs us on how to develop personally and live a full life. It makes us remember that picking the people we hang out with can be hard sometimes. Cutting people out doesn't mean we don't care about them. It means picking relationships that make us feel good and encourage us to be our best selves. Know that you're not the only one who feels like they have to make a choice that could change their life. There are signs that it's time to let go of some ties. Doing so will make room for new growth, stronger bonds, and a life that is in line with your values. Seneca was a Stoic philosopher who thought that people could grow. He said that we must always change and push our limits in order to live a full life. You can't ignore a red flag that says a relationship is stopping you from growing. People who care about you should want you to do well, but that doesn't mean every friendship has to be as serious as setting world records. They should support you and not hold you back with questions or guilt. You need to ask yourself tough questions like, why am I staying in this relationship? Is it because of habit, fear, or service? It's important to ask these tough questions. Real relationships should make you feel better. They should inspire you to be better today than you were yesterday. According to Stoicism, we should spend time with people who make our lives better. It's not about how many friends you have, but how many friends help you grow and make your life better. If your relationship feels like mud instead of solid ground, you might want to think about why that is. Don't forget that wanting to grow is not selfish. It's best for us to let go of ties that hold us back sometimes. You should be thankful for the lessons you've learned and find the strength to move on. We've all been in situations where bad things happen all the time, right? Marcus Aurelius was also very smart and knew how to deal with his feelings. As the saying goes, we can't control what happens around us, but we can control how we react to it. This is especially important to remember when we're angry or jealous in a relationship. If you feel angry around a certain person all the time, or jealous that a friend seems to be doing better than you need to ask yourself why. What do these feelings teach you? What can you do to act in a way that fits with the person you want to be? Making room or changes is sometimes the best thing to do. We shouldn't try to avoid problems, but we should know when a relationship is bringing us down instead of lifting us up. And it's okay that not every relationship is meant to last. The Stoics thought that people should live in harmony with nature, even if that meant growing apart from other people. Think about what Marcus Aurelius said the next time you're having a hard time with bad feelings in a relationship. He thought we had power over our thoughts, feelings, and relationships, and that we could choose to be with people who make us feel good. As long as we stay in these types of connections, we can grow, do well, and find peace. Let's work on making bonds based on trust, understanding, and real help. This is the kind of love that lasts and makes us better people. Let's talk about something important: how to control and manipulate people in your interactions. A big red flag is when you feel like you're being managed more than being a partner. Let's talk about freedom and being on your own. Someone smart once said, "Nobody is free if they can't control themselves." Being truly free means being in charge of your life, actions, and choices. When we feel like we're not in charge in a relationship, what does that mean? It's clear that something is wrong when our choices, wants, and feelings seem to belong to someone else. Different things can be used to trick and control us. It could be subtle, like being told over and over again not to do or be what we really want, or it could be more direct, like being told who to be or what to do. These things don't show that a relationship is good. Real relationships, the ones that count, are built on honor and freedom. Stoicism tells us that it's important to be in charge of our own lives. It's time to ask yourself why you feel like you can't be yourself or question yourself all the time when you're with someone. What do these feelings teach you? What can you do to act in a way that fits with the person you want to be? Making room or changes is sometimes the best thing to do. We shouldn't try to avoid problems, but we should know when a relationship is bringing us down instead of lifting us up. And it's okay that not every relationship is meant to last. The Stoics thought that people should live in harmony with nature, even if that meant growing apart from other people. Think about what Marcus Aurelius said the next time you're having a hard time with bad feelings in a relationship. He thought we had power over our thoughts, feelings, and relationships, and that we could choose to be with people who make us feel good. As long as we stay in these types of connections, we can grow, do well, and find peace. Let's work on making bonds based on trust, understanding, and real help. This is the kind of love that lasts and makes us better people. Let's talk about something important: how to control and manipulate people in your interactions. A big red flag is when you feel like you're being managed more than being a partner. Let's talk about freedom and being on your own. Someone smart once said, "Nobody is free if they can't control themselves." Being truly free means being in charge of your life, actions, and choices. When we feel like we're not in charge in a relationship, what does that mean? It's clear that something is wrong when our choices, wants, and feelings seem to belong to someone else. Different things can be used to trick and control us. It could be subtle, like being told over and over again not to do or be what we really want, or it could be more direct, like being told who to be or what to do. These things don't show that a relationship is good. Real relationships, the ones that count, are built on honor and freedom. Stoicism tells us that it's important to be in charge of our own lives. It's time to ask yourself why you feel like you can't be yourself or question yourself all the time when you're with someone. What do these feelings teach you? What can you do to act in a way that fits with the person you want to be? Making room or changes is sometimes the best thing to do. We shouldn't try to avoid problems, but we should know when a relationship is bringing us down instead of lifting us up. And it's okay that not every relationship is meant to last. The Stoics thought that people should live in harmony with nature, even if that meant growing apart from other people. Think about what Marcus Aurelius said the next time you're having a hard time with bad feelings in a relationship. He thought we had power over our thoughts, feelings, and relationships, and that we could choose to be with people who make us feel good. As long as we stay in these types of connections, we can grow, do well, and find peace. Let's work on making bonds based on trust, understanding, and real help. This is the kind of love that lasts and makes us better people. Let's talk about something important: how to control and manipulate people in your interactions. A big red flag is when you feel like you're being managed more than being a partner. Let's talk about freedom and being on your own. Someone smart once said, "Nobody is free if they can't control themselves." Being truly free means being in charge of your life, actions, and choices. When we feel like we're not in charge in a relationship, what does that mean? It's clear that something is wrong when our choices, wants, and feelings seem to belong to someone else. Different things can be used to trick and control us. It could be subtle, like being told over and over again not to do or be what we really want, or it could be more direct, like being told who to be or what to do. These things don't show that a relationship is good. Real relationships, the ones that count, are built on honor and freedom. Stoicism tells us that it's important to be in charge of our own lives. It's time to ask yourself why you feel like you can't be yourself, or question yourself all the time when you're with someone. What do these feelings teach you? What can you do to act in a way that fits with the person you want to be? Making room or changes is sometimes the best thing to do. We shouldn't try to avoid problems, but we should know when a relationship is bringing us down instead of lifting us up. And it's okay that not every relationship is meant to last. The Stoics thought that people should live in harmony with nature, even if that meant growing apart from other people. Think about what Marcus Aurelius said the next time you're having a hard time with bad feelings in a relationship. He thought we had power over our thoughts, feelings, and relationships, and that we could choose to be with people who make us feel good. As long as we stay in these types of connections, we can grow, do well, and find peace. Let's work on making bonds based on trust, understanding, and real help. This is the kind of love that lasts and makes us better people. Let's talk about something important: how to control and manipulate people in your interactions. A big red flag is when you feel like you're being managed more than being a partner. Let's talk about freedom and being on your own. Someone smart once said, "Nobody is free if they can't control themselves." Being truly free means being in charge of your life, actions, and choices. When we feel like we're not in charge in a relationship, what does that mean? It's clear that something is wrong when our choices, wants, and feelings seem to belong to someone else. Different things can be used to trick and control us. It could be subtle, like being told over and over again not to do or be what we really want, or it could be more direct, like being told who to be or what to do. These things don't show that a relationship is good. Real relationships, the ones that count, are built on honor and freedom. Stoicism tells us that it's important to be in charge of our own lives. It's time to ask yourself why you feel like you can't be yourself, or question yourself all the time when you're with someone. What do these feelings teach you? What can you do to act in a way that fits with the person you want to be? Making room or changes is sometimes the best thing to do. We shouldn't try to avoid problems, but we should know when a relationship is bringing us down instead of lifting us up. And it's okay that not every relationship is meant to last. The Stoics thought that people should live in harmony with nature, even if that meant growing apart from other people. Think about what Marcus Aurelius said the next time you're having a hard time with bad feelings in a relationship. He thought we had power over our thoughts, feelings, and relationships, and that we could choose to be with people who make us feel good. As long as we stay in these types of connections, we can grow, do well, and find peace. Let's work on making bonds based on trust, understanding, and real help. This is the kind of love that lasts and makes us better people. Let's talk about something important: how to control and manipulate people in your interactions. A big red flag is when you feel like you're being managed more than being a partner. Let's talk about freedom and being on your own. Someone smart once said, "Nobody is free if they can't control themselves." Being truly free means being in charge of your life, actions, and choices. When we feel like we're not in charge in a relationship, what does that mean? It's clear that something is wrong when our choices, wants, and feelings seem to belong to someone else. Different things can be used to trick and control us. It could be subtle, like being told over and over again not to do or be what we really want, or it could be more direct, like being told who to be or what to do. These things don't show that a relationship is good. Real relationships, the ones that count, are built on honor and freedom. Stoicism tells us that it's important to be in charge of our own lives. It's time to ask yourself why you feel like you can't be yourself, or question yourself all the time when you're with someone. What do these feelings teach you? What can you do to act in a way that fits with the person you want to be? Making room or changes is sometimes the best thing to do. We shouldn't try to avoid problems, but we should know when a relationship is bringing us down instead of lifting us up. And it's okay that not every relationship is meant to last. The Stoics thought that people should live in harmony with nature, even if that meant growing apart from other people. Think about what Marcus Aurelius said the next time you're having a hard time with bad feelings in a relationship. He thought we had power over our thoughts, feelings, and relationships, and that we could choose to be with people who make us feel good. As long as we stay in these types of connections, we can grow, do well, and find peace. Let's work on making bonds based on trust, understanding, and real help. This is the kind of love that lasts and makes us better people. Let's talk about something important: how to control and manipulate people in your interactions. A big red flag is when you feel like you're being managed more than being a partner. Let's talk about freedom and being on your own. Someone smart once said, "Nobody is free if they can't control themselves." Being truly free means being in charge of your life, actions, and choices. When we feel like we're not in charge in a relationship, what does that mean? It's clear that something is wrong when our choices, wants, and feelings seem to belong to someone else. Different things can be used to trick and control us. It could be subtle, like being told over and over again not to do or be what we really want, or it could be more direct, like being told who to be or what to do. These things don't show that a relationship is good. Real relationships, the ones that count, are built on honor and freedom. Stoicism tells us that it's important to be in charge of our own lives. It's time to ask yourself why you feel like you can't be yourself, or question yourself all the time when you're with someone. What do these feelings teach you? What can you do to act in a way that fits with the person you want to be? Making room or changes is sometimes the best thing to do. We shouldn't try to avoid problems, but we should know when a relationship is bringing us down instead of lifting us up. And it's okay that not every relationship is meant to last. The Stoics thought that people should live in harmony with nature, even if that meant growing apart from other people. Think about what Marcus Aurelius said the next time you're having a hard time with bad feelings in a relationship. He thought we had power over our thoughts, feelings, and relationships, and that we could choose to be with people who make us feel good. As long as we stay in these types of connections, we can grow, do well, and find peace. Let's work on making bonds based on trust, understanding, and real help. This is the kind of love that lasts and makes us better people. Let's talk about something important: how to control and manipulate people in your interactions. A big red flag is when you feel like you're being managed more than being a partner. Let's talk about freedom and being on your own. Someone smart once said, "Nobody is free if they can't control themselves." Being truly free means being in charge of your life, actions, and choices. When we feel like we're not in charge in a relationship, what does that mean? It's clear that something is wrong when our choices, wants, and feelings seem to belong to someone else. Different things can be used to trick and control us. It could be subtle, like being told over and over again not to do or be what we really want, or it could be more direct, like being told who to be or what to do. These things don't show that a relationship is good. Real relationships, the ones that count, are built on honor and freedom. Stoicism tells us that it's important to be in charge of our own lives. It's time to ask yourself why you feel like you can't be yourself, or question yourself all the time when you're with someone. What do these feelings teach you? What can you do to act in a way that fits with the person you want to be? Making room or changes is sometimes the best thing to do. We shouldn't try to avoid problems, but we should know when a relationship is bringing us down instead of lifting us up. And it's okay that not every relationship is meant to last. The Stoics thought that people should live in harmony with nature, even if that meant growing apart from other people. Think about what Marcus Aurelius said the next time you're having a hard time with bad feelings in a relationship. He thought we had power over our thoughts, feelings, and relationships, and that we could choose to be with people who make us feel good. As long as we stay in these types of connections, we can grow, do well, and find peace. Let's work on making bonds based on trust, understanding, and real help. This is the kind of love that lasts and makes us better people. Let's talk about something important: How to control and manipulate people in your interactions. A big red flag is when you feel like you're being managed more than being a partner. Let's talk about freedom and being on your own. Someone smart once said, "Nobody is free if they can't control themselves." Being truly free means being in charge of your life, actions, and choices. When we feel like we're not in charge in a relationship, what does that mean? It's clear that something is wrong when our choices, wants, and feelings seem to belong to someone else. Different things can be used to trick and control us. It could be subtle, like being told over and over again not to do or be what we really want, or it could be more direct, like being told who to be or what to do. These things don't show that a relationship is good. Real relationships, the ones that count, are built on honor and freedom. Stoicism tells us that it's important to be in charge of our own lives. It's time to ask yourself why you feel like you can't be yourself, or question yourself all the time when you're with someone. What do these feelings teach you? What can you do to act in a way that fits with the person you want to be? Making room or changes is sometimes the best thing to do. We shouldn't try to avoid problems, but we should know when a relationship is bringing us down instead of lifting us up. And it's okay that not every relationship is meant to last. The Stoics thought that people should live in harmony with nature, even if that meant growing apart from other people. Think about what Marcus Aurelius said the next time you're having a hard time with bad feelings in a relationship. He thought we had power over our thoughts, feelings, and relationships, and that we could choose to be with people who make us feel good. As long as we stay in these types of connections, we can grow, do well, and find peace. Let's work on making bonds based on trust, understanding, and real help. This is the kind of love that lasts and makes us better people. Let's talk about something important: how to control and manipulate people in your interactions. A big red flag is when you feel like you're being managed more than being a partner. Let's talk about freedom and being on your own. Someone smart once said, "Nobody is free if they can't control themselves." Being truly free means being in charge of your life, actions, and choices. When we feel like we're not in charge in a relationship, what does that mean? It's clear that something is wrong when our choices, wants, and feelings seem to belong to someone else. Different things can be used to trick and control us. It could be subtle, like being told over and over again not to do or be what we really want, or it could be more direct, like being told who to be or what to do. These things don't show that a relationship is good. Real relationships, the ones that count, are built on honor and freedom. Stoicism tells us that it's important to be in charge of our own lives. It's time to ask yourself why you feel like you can't be yourself, or question yourself all the time when you're with someone. What do these feelings teach you? What can you do to act in a way that fits with the person you want to be? Making room or changes is sometimes the best thing to do. We shouldn't try to avoid problems, but we should know when a relationship is bringing us down instead of lifting us up. And it's okay that not every relationship is meant to last. The Stoics thought that people should live in harmony with nature, even if that meant growing apart from other people. Moving on, we'll talk about something that sadly many people deal with every day: manipulation. When people or groups use subtle tricks to get power and benefit over others, that's a form of bad social influence. Manipulation can happen in many different contexts, including the workplace, interpersonal relationships, and even big social groups. So, learning about and thinking about these strategies is not only a way to protect your own privacy, but also to make relationships better and more open. It is important to learn how to protect yourself, so we will look at the strongest ways to trick people. Know that all information is neutral because it's up to the person who uses it to give it a purpose. Remember that these are dark strategies, and the point of this material is to teach you how to avoid them, not how to use them against other people. Like a tool, this information can be used to make something beautiful or do something bad. So, everything you learn in this movie should be used in a smart way, whether it's for self-defense or personal growth. We'll learn how manipulation creeps into our lives in a way that we don't even notice. We'll take the mystery out of these techniques so that we can not only spot them, but also get the tools we need to fight them. At the end, I promise you that you will be better prepared to look at the world with a more critical eye and a more open mind. The worst thing about the W's of deception is this: triangulation is number one. Bringing in a third person into a relationship to cause conflict, stress, or confusion is a subtle but effective way to manipulate someone. These third parties are used by the manipulator to keep control, upset the relationship, or draw attention away from their own questionable actions. In triangulation, the trickster may use a third person to support their own thoughts and feelings, which hurts the other person's reputation. They may also share false or private information between the two people. This can make the victims doubt their own thoughts and feelings, which can make them feel alone and make them depend on the manipulator more. In a family setting, for example, a parent might say bad things about one child to another, making friends with the second child and leaving the first child alone and feeling unsafe. At work, a boss might tell another worker something bad about another worker, which could make them dislike and be suspicious of each other. Triangulation is especially harmful because it breaks down trust and direct contact between the people involved. This lets the trickster stay in charge and not take responsibility for problems or misunderstandings. People who are manipulated in this way often get stuck in a circle of mistakes and fights without fully knowing where these problems came from or what the manipulator's role is in them. To stop triangulation, both people being manipulated need to be aware of it, be able to talk to each other honestly, and have strong personal limits. It is important to question the accuracy of the information you receive, get more information from the other people involved, and stay away from talks or actions that cause conflict or mistrust. Second, double bind. This is an example of psychological manipulation. The person is given two choices or messages that are at odds with each other, so that whichever choice they make, they will be wrong or lose. Often, this method is used to trick and control the target, making them feel helpless, confused, and nervous because there is no good or right way out. In these cases, the trickster may say things that are different from what is expected or demanded. For instance, a parent might scold a kid for not being honest and open, but if the kid tries to talk about how they feel, they are told they are being rude or too sensitive. There, the child is caught between two sticks. If they speak up, they will be punished, and if they don't, they will also be scolded. People in relationships can also be stuck in the double bind, when one person says they want more freedom, but gets angry or withdrawn when their partner spends time alone. The person being manipulated is left feeling confused and unsafe because everything they do seems to make things worse. This kind of influence is especially sneaky because it targets the person's trust in their own thoughts and actions. The person may start to question themselves all the time and have low self-esteem, which makes them more reliant on the abuser. In order to get out of a double bind, one must first realize that it is a manipulation trick and not a sign of their own failure or weakness. The person can feel better about their thoughts and feelings by getting help from trusted friends, counselors, or therapists. Setting clear limits and talking to people in an authoritative way are also very important ways to protect yourself from this kind of abuse. The third thing is projection. Projecting is a form of influence in which the operator blames the target for their own flaws, feelings, or bad motives. This happens when the manipulator can't or won't admit their own flaws or bad habits. Instead, they put those problems on the other person, making them feel bad about their own actions or feelings. This defense strategy changes the victim's view of reality, making them doubt their own thoughts and blame themselves for problems or feelings that belong to the manipulator. For example, a partner who is jealous might say that the other person is cheating on them or flirting when these things are really happening to the person who is accusing them. The manipulator can shift the focus from their own flaws to the victim's problems by projecting blame onto them. This makes the victim feel protective, confused, or guilty for no reason. This can make the target feel bad about their own self-worth and make them more emotionally dependent on the charmer. When someone is dealing with projection, they need to keep a strong sense of their own truth and limits. The person should be able to tell when this method is being used against them and not take the false charges personally. People who are being manipulated by projection can protect themselves by writing down their own thoughts and feelings, asking for feedback from reliable third parties, and practicing self-affirmation. It is also important for the target to learn how to mentally separate themselves from the manipulator and set clear limits. They should refuse to take blame for issues or feelings that are not their own. To deal with the effects of this type of abuse, it may be necessary to cut ties or get help from a professional. 4. There's not enough time. This is a trick used to get someone to make a choice quickly by giving them a fake sense of urgency. The manipulator says that something needs to be done right away to avoid bad things happening, or that a one-time chance is about to end. This method uses worry and fear of loss against the target by cutting down on their time to think, study, or get other views. This method is often used in high-pressure sales, where the seller says a deal is only good for a short time, or that there are only a few things left. But it can also happen in personal and professional relationships, like when someone expects an important answer right away to a request, or sets an impossible due date for a choice that is very important. People who are being manipulated may make rushed choices, which are usually bad for them and good for the person who is manipulating them. The target can't think about all of their choices, talk to outsiders, or just trust their gut because of the false sense of urgency. To stop this strategy, you need to be able to tell when someone is trying to change the time to get you to change your mind. Don't give in to the pressure to act right away. Instead, ask for time to think. Also, keep in mind that not all choices need a quick answer. Also, people should know that being rushed for time is a sign of influence, and that waiting can often lead to new information that will help them make a better, more fair choice. 5. Lack of regularity and certainty. When someone is manipulating someone, they may act in a way that is inconsistent or unpredictable, which makes the target feel confused and unsafe. This kind of behavior can go from being loved and caring one minute to being cold or uncaring the next, for no clear reason. This pattern of behavior makes the target feel lost and anxious all the time because they can't figure out what the manipulator is doing. In violent relationships, this strategy is often used by the abuser to keep the victim mentally unsettled by switching between being kind and mean. If the target is trying to figure out why the manipulator acts the way they do and wants love or praise, they may get stuck in a loop of trying to please the manipulator and never feel stable or happy. People like unpredictability because it plays on their need for security and regularity. When someone doesn't act in a reasonable or expected way, it's hard for others to change or react in the right way. This can make others emotionally and psychologically dependent on the manipulator, who seems to be the only person who can help or make them feel better. To deal with the manipulator's inconsistent and unpredictable behavior, the victim should know what that behavior looks like and know that it's not their job to constantly fix or change things to make the other person happy. Setting clear limits and keeping your mental space from the abuser is very important. Also, getting help from friends, family, or professionals can give you the viewpoint and support you need to deal with this kind of abuse and get your freedom and self-esteem back on track. Sixth, use of emotional blackmail. This person takes advantage of someone else's feelings to get what they want. Usually this is done by making the target feel obligated, scared, guilty, or ashamed, which makes them do something against their own will or values to please the manipulator. Emotional blackmail is when someone takes advantage of the emotional connection between two people. Either directly or indirectly, the manipulator may say that their own happiness, well-being, or love relies on what the victim does. This makes the victim feel responsible for the manipulator's feelings. Emotional blackmail includes sayings like, "If you really loved me, you would do this," or "I can't believe you would let me do this alone." These words not only make the other person feel guilty for not meeting standards, but they also give them a fake sense of duty. To deal with emotional bullying, you need to be aware of it when it happens, set and stick to clear limits, and talk to people in a strong way. This means letting your own wants and feelings be known without letting fear, guilt, or duty control what you do. To deal with the stress and keep your independence, it can also help to boost your self-esteem and get help from others, like friends, family, or pros. The seventh one is gaslighting. When someone is gaslighting someone, they may strongly deny that certain things happened or change facts to make the victim's memory wrong. They might also put down the victim's feelings by calling their responses crazy or illogical, or they might use inside information to hurt their reputation. And this makes the target constantly judge themselves and look for approval from other people. This kind of trickery can happen in personal relationships, at work, or in bigger issues like politics or the news. Gaslighting has very bad effects, like making people anxious, depressed, and less likely to trust their own memories and views. Building confidence in oneself and one's own judgment is necessary to combat gaslighting. This could mean writing down events or talks, getting outside opinions to make sure what you're seeing is real, and setting clear limits with the manipulator. In the worst situations, it might be necessary to leave the poisonous setting. It's also important to recognize and name the experience because it gives the target power and reduces the manipulator's control. Eighth, fake approval from other people. The manipulator claims or exaggerates how much support, agreement, or approval other people have in order to get what they want from the victim. To trick someone into thinking that a certain idea, behavior, or product is more popular or okay than it really is, the manipulator might make up stories, twist facts, or give the impression that everyone agrees on it. This strategy takes advantage of the way people naturally want to fit in and get support from others. People often change their thoughts, feelings, or actions to match what they think the majority of people think. This is especially true when they don't know what to think or when they feel social pressure. By making it look like there is a lot of support or acceptance, the trickster can get the target to believe that by taking a certain action, they are following the majority and making the right or popular choice. This can be seen in advertising when fake comments from happy customers are used, or when a product is called the best-selling one without providing any proof. When it comes to personal relationships, someone who is manipulating may say that everyone thinks or says something to get the other person to agree or fit in. To protect yourself from fake social praise, it's important to learn how to think critically and question claims of acceptance or fame. Before believing that everyone agrees on something, it's important to look for solid proof and trust your own thoughts and feelings, even if that means going against what the majority thinks. People can choose more authentically and be less affected by the push to fit in with made-up or unrealistic social norms by recognizing and understanding this manipulation technique. Number 9. Keeping information from people. One person withholds important or relevant information from another person on purpose in order to change their choices or views. This is called concealment of information. People who are manipulated in this way may change a lot about how they think and act because they are made to make choices based on a skewed or incomplete view of reality. This kind of trickery can happen in many situations, from personal relationships to business deals to politics. For instance, one person in a relationship might hide details about their money or past relationships, which could hurt trust and the way the relationship works. At work, a co-worker or boss might leave out important information about a project, which could make it harder for an employee to finish chores quickly or make smart choices. When selling something or bargaining, hiding details about the product, like flaws or bad terms, can trick the buyer or the other person in the discussion into making a bad choice. In politics, keeping important information from the public can change public opinion and the result of elections. To protect yourself from information being hidden, you need to be aware of this possibility and take an asking and investigating stance. Check facts from more than one source, ask lots of questions, and try to be open and honest in all dealings and encounters. Also, learning to think critically and not take things at face value can help you figure out when important information is being hidden. When people realize that hiding information is a form of manipulation, they are more careful and less likely to let choices or views based on incomplete or skewed information affect them. To make relationships more open and fair, people need to understand how important it is to talk to each other in an honest and open way. 10. Be afraid of getting attached. Fear bond abusers often set up a do-or-die situation, telling the target that bad things will happen if they don't follow the rules. This can be anything from direct threats to hints or the making up of bad possible situations. That person is being manipulated is meant to feel like they have to follow or agree with them in order to avoid what they fear will happen. In personal relationships, the workplace, business, and even politics, this method is used all the time. A partner might use the fear of being left to control the other person's behavior, or a boss might make it sound like an employee's job rests on them doing what they're told. Fear attachment can be used in advertising to get people to buy a product so they don't have to deal with a threat or social awkwardness. To protect yourself from fear attachment, you need to know how to spot when fear is being used to control you. This could mean questioning the promises that are being made, looking at one's choices rationally, and asking for help or other points of view. Strengthening self-esteem and support networks can also help you be less vulnerable to trickery based on fear. It's also important to stay calm and avoid acting quickly when you're scared. When someone knows their own rights and limits, they can stand up to people who try to use their fear to manipulate them. Learning coping skills and building resilience can also help people deal with their fears in a healthy and confident way, making it harder for manipulators to control their feelings and choices. Number 11. Playing the blame game. The trickster tries to make the target take blame for their own mistakes, failures, or actions. This is a common way to trick someone. This method is meant to make the target feel bad about themselves, even if they haven't done anything wrong. This makes them question themselves, say sorry too much, and even take on tasks that aren't theirs. Manipulators use the blame game to keep people from noticing the bad things they're doing and to avoid taking responsibility for those bad things. They do this by making the target feel guilty for problems or situations that go wrong. The trickster can stay in power and control by making the target feel less confident in themselves and less likely to speak up for themselves. This method can be seen in many places, like violent relationships, the workplace, and families that don't work well together. For instance, in a relationship, one person who is cunning might say that the other person's jealous or unreasonable behavior is their fault, and that it is their behavior that makes them act this way. At work, a coworker or boss might blame the victim for the failure of a project, when in reality the trickster or someone else shared the blame. To avoid playing the blame game, it's important to keep your cool and refuse to take responsibility for things that are clearly not your fault or that belong to someone else. Improving your self-esteem and knowledge of your own shortcomings can help you spot and refuse unfair accusations of blame. Writing down what happened and what was said can help you fight fake charges and keep an objective view. Furthermore, it is important to set clear limits with the trickster and make it clear that trying to shift blame is not accepted. Getting help from friends, family, or professionals can also give the victim approval and a different point of view, which can help them break free from the loop of guilt that the manipulator has put them in. 12. Giving fake praise. False praise is a form of manipulation in which someone says nice things about someone else without really meaning it in order to control and affect them. This method is used to get the target to believe you, let down their guard, or feel like you owe them something. People often use false praise to get someone to agree to something they don't want, or to keep them from seeing what they really want. Compliments are a skillful way for manipulators to make people feel good and give them a fake sense of security. People are easier to persuade when they feel appreciated or praised. They are more likely to want to return the favor or keep the good mood going. You can say nice things about the victim's looks, knowledge, skills, or any other trait at all, but the meaning behind false praise is different from the meaning behind real comments. Sincere compliments are given out of respect or appreciation for someone without expecting anything in return. False compliments, on the other hand, are meant to trick or get something from the person being praised. The person who is manipulating you may not believe what they are saying, but they know that good words can have a big effect on how someone acts. To protect yourself from getting fake praises, it's important to learn how to tell if someone is being honest. Checking the person's behavior pattern, the situation in which the compliments are given, and how well the words and actions match up can help you tell if the praises are real or not. A person can also accept praises without being too affected by them if they have good self-esteem and don't count on outside approval. 13. Being a victim. When someone is manipulating someone else, they may act like they are a victim of unfair situations, other people, or events that are out of their control. People use this method to get people to feel sorry for them, avoid taking responsibility for their actions, and change other people's behavior to benefit themselves. By making themselves look like victims, manipulators try to get people to feel sorry for them and change what they expect from and how they act around the manipulator. This way of manipulating people can work especially well because it plays on our natural desire to help and protect those who are hurting or have less than they should. But abuse isn't a real sign of grief. It's done on purpose to reach certain goals, like drawing attention away from bad behavior, controlling the people around you, or getting resources and benefits. Victimization can also be used to switch roles between the bad guy and the good guy, especially after the manipulator has done something wrong or hurt someone. The trickster tries to avoid being punished for their actions by pretending to be the real victim. They may even succeed in making the real victim feel bad about what they did and say sorry. It is important to keep a balance between empathy and logic to avoid being manipulated by someone who is being a victim. It's important to know when someone is really having a hard time, but it's also important to look at the situation critically, especially if patterns of abuse start to show. It's helpful to set clear limits and keep an open mind about everyone's duties and actions. Number 14. Choosing to be quiet. Tactics of silence are when someone purposely stays quiet or refuses to talk as a way to control, punish, or gain power over someone else. This kind of trickery is also called the silent treatment, and it can be very bad because it makes the target feel like their feelings aren't real and makes them feel alone, unsure, and anxious. In this strategy, the trickster doesn't answer texts, calls, or direct efforts at conversation when they are scared to. This can make the person feel unwanted, unsafe, and desperate for answers or a way out. For the manipulator, the goal is to make the victim question their own actions, feelings, and worth. This makes the victim blame themselves for keeping quiet and often admit fault or say sorry when they are not at fault. Because it plays on our need to communicate and be understood, silence can be a very strong tool. People who don't get feedback or talk to others may feel unimportant and unnoticed, which can have a big effect on their self-esteem and mental health. The person who is being silenced needs to understand that this is a way to control their feelings and not a sign of how valuable or guilty they are. Important steps include staying true to yourself, asking for help, and being honest about how you feel without needing attention. To protect yourself from this type of influence, you should also set clear limits and, if necessary, re-evaluate the worth and viability of the connection with the abuser. Number 15. Feeling guilty. Guilt tripping is a form of trickery in which someone uses guilt to control or change the behavior of another person. This means making the target feel like they are to blame for the manipulator's feelings, troubles, or happiness, even though they are not. The manipulator might say things like, "If you loved me, you would do this," or "After everything I've done for you, you owe me," to make the victim feel guilty or responsible. Guilt tripping takes advantage of the victim's sympathy and desire to keep relationships in harmony, making them more likely to give in to the manipulator's demands or give up their own wants to make the other person happy. This can make the victim angry, frustrated, and helpless because they feel stuck in a loop of trying to meet unrealistic standards or make up for things they think they did wrong. To protect yourself from guilt tripping, you should be able to spot it when it happens and refuse to take on guilt or duty that isn't yours. This means standing up for your own needs and limits, talking to the abuser in a strong way, and refusing to let them control your feelings. Increasing self-awareness and self-esteem is also very important because it helps the target keep track of their own worth and goals, which makes them less likely to fall for guilt-tripping tricks. Getting help from friends, family, or professionals can give the victim recognition and a new point of view, which can help them fight back against the emotional abuse and keep their own power and health. 16. Fake moral high ground. This is a way to trick someone into doing what they want by making them think they are better than others and then using that to support their actions, opinions, or demands. People often use this method to shut down criticism, steer behavior, or get the upper hand in talks or fights. The charmer tries to shame or discredit people who disagree with them or question their authority by making themselves look morally good. This can make the target feel guilty, unsafe, or less than, because they may question their own morals or goals when compared to the manipulator's claimed moral high ground. This method is especially sneaky because it takes advantage of the victim's desire to be liked or to stay away from problems or abuse. Using morals or justice to frame the discussion is a way for the manipulator to take control of the story and take attention away from the real problem at hand. Fake moral high ground is a form of manipulation. To protect yourself from it, you should know when it's happening and question the manipulator's beliefs or claims of being morally better. This means calling their reasoning into question, pointing out errors or inconsistencies, and refusing to accept guilt or shame that isn't deserved. Having a strong sense of one's own morals and views is also helpful. This helps the person stand up to people who try to hurt their confidence or ethics. Looking for support from people who share your values or points of view can give you confidence and strength to stand up to people who try to manipulate you by taking the false moral high ground. Number 17. Making something small or unimportant. Minimization or trivialization is a form of influence in which the manipulator plays down the importance or effect of their own actions, feelings, or behaviors, usually to get out of taking responsibility or accountability. Making light of important problems, avoiding real worries, or ignoring the results of one's actions are all examples of this strategy. The manipulator tries to make the victim's feelings seem unrealistic by downplaying or making fun of their actions. This is called gaslighting. This can make the target feel frustrated, angry, or helpless because they may find it hard to have their feelings acknowledged or taken seriously. This method is especially bad because it takes away the victim's sense of control and freedom, making them feel like they can't stop the manipulation or hold the manipulator responsible for what they did. To protect yourself from being manipulated by downplaying or minimizing something, you should be able to spot it when it happens and state your opinion or worries clearly. To do this, you have to refuse to accept answers that are dismissive or insulting, set clear limits, and, if necessary, look for support from outside sources. Boosting self-esteem and confidence is also very important because it helps a person stay aware of their own worth and truth, which makes them less likely to be manipulated. 18. Liars who make empty claims. When someone is trying to trick someone into doing something, they might make a promise or agreement that they don't plan to keep. This is called false promise manipulation. This method takes advantage of the victim's desire for good things to happen or benefits, making them spend time, energy, or resources on claims that will never come true. There are many ways to make a false promise, from big acts of love or kindness to smaller, more subtle claims of future benefits or chances. The manipulator tries to control the victim's behavior or get them to give in without giving anything in return by giving them false hope or promises. Seeing that they were lied to or manipulated can make the target feel let down, betrayed, or angry. To protect yourself from being tricked by fake claims, you should be able to spot them when they happen and be wary of promises or agreements. Asking questions, looking for proof or promises, and keeping a healthy amount of doubt in all situations are all part of this. It's also helpful to be clear about your limits and standards and not waste time or energy on vows that aren't likely to be kept. Boosting self-esteem and confidence is also very important because it helps a person trust their own judgment and avoid being manipulated. Number 19. Disclosure that is chosen. Selective disclosure is a form of manipulation in which the manipulator gives the victim only part of the story or information that is skewed. This is usually done to try to control the story or change how the victim sees things. To change the victim's understanding or view of events, this method includes leaving out important details, twisting facts, or giving information out of context. By only giving out some information, the manipulator tries to change the victim's feelings, thoughts, or actions so that they make choices or decisions based on incomplete or false information. This can make the target feel confused, doubtful, or suspicious as they try to make sense of information that seems to go against what they know. To protect yourself from being manipulated by selective sharing, you should look at information with a critical eye and look for more information or different points of view. For this, you need to ask questions, check facts, and use information from different sources to support each other. It is also good to keep a healthy amount of skepticism and not take things at face value in every encounter. It's also important to develop strong critical thinking and emotional intelligence. This way, a person can tell when they are being manipulated and react in a strong and helpful way. Number 20. Making things worse. When someone is manipulating someone else, they may use punishment or the fear of punishment to control how the target acts. This is called negative reinforcement. Making bad things happen because of certain actions or behaviors is part of this strategy. The target will change how they act to escape the punishment. Negative feedback can come in many forms, from being criticized or made fun of verbally to being punished physically or emotionally or being abused. When someone manipulates someone, they use negative feedback to try to control them and get them to do what they want. This can make the target feel scared, anxious, or helpless as they learn that certain actions or behaviors will lead to bad things happening. To protect yourself from being manipulated by negative feedback, you should be able to spot it when it happens and make your limits and standards clear. This means not taking punishment or feedback that isn't fair or justified, setting clear limits, and, if needed, getting help from outside sources. Boosting self-esteem and confidence is also very important because it helps a person trust their own judgment and avoid being manipulated. People can stay in charge of their own lives and relationships if they are aware of these common ways that people try to control others and learn how to defend themselves against them. To avoid being manipulated and have healthy, respectful relationships with others, it's important to have high self-esteem, confident communication skills, and emotional intelligence. Also, getting help from friends, family, or professionals can give people approval and a different point of view, which can help them spot manipulation and react appropriately when it happens. Individuals can protect themselves from abuse and create more authentic, satisfying relationships based on trust and respect for one another by developing self-awareness and self-confidence. Have you ever hoped you could figure out how people act and read them like a book? Imagine being able to tell right away if someone is lying, figure out how they're feeling, or even guess what they'll do next. It might be a Hollywood dream to become a psychic detective suddenly, but learning some basic psychological principles can help you learn a lot about the people you meet. Mind control or trickery is not the point. The point is to understand the interesting language that everyone unconsciously uses through body language, speech patterns, and small hints. You could think of it as becoming a human interpreter, figuring out what people are trying to say without them saying a word. But there is a catch. There is no magic bullet, and it's not really possible to read people quickly. You need to practice, pay attention, and keep an open mind. The good news, though, the trip itself is exciting, and the benefits are huge. Imagine being able to handle talks with more confidence, making relationships better, and even getting ahead in deals. Get rid of the crystal ball and get ready for an exciting trip of self-discovery and knowing other people. Hold on tight, because we're about to talk about 7 powerful psychological tricks that will change you from a bystander to an active player in the complex dance of human contact. Are you ready to find out the secrets people tell you without meaning to? Let's start. 1. Hero handshake. Even though it seems like a simple action, shaking hands can reveal a lot about a person's attitude and mental state. It's like a quiet welcome that shows how confident, open, or even scared someone is before they say a word. Let's look at ways to improve our handshakes. The strong grip. A firm, assured handshake conveys strength and dependability. However, be careful. A grip that is too strong can seem scary. The soft touch. A handshake that is smoother and gentler makes you seem more open and friendly. Imagine meeting a new coworker. A friendly, non-threatening grip makes it easy to connect. A weak handshake, on the other hand, could mean that you are shy or not interested. The hesitant hold. A short, hesitant handshake can show that someone is worried or uncomfortable. Picture someone meeting their crush for the first time. They might not be sure of how to hold on to them. Giving them a friendly smile and a strong handshake can help them feel better. Eye contact. Look at the person you're shaking hands with while you do it. Making direct eye contact shows that you are interested and confident, while looking away can show that you are worried or not sincere. Making and keeping easy eye contact throughout makes a good impact. Don't forget that the handshake is only one part of the story. Look at the body language as a whole. A real smile and a relaxed pose go well with a confident handshake. On the other hand, moving around or crossing your arms might make it look bad. You can learn a lot about people's attitudes and goals by becoming a kiss hero. This will help you make better bonds and handle conversations with ease. Remember that this isn't about judging. It's about reading the body language of the handshake to improve conversation and get to know each other better. So let awareness shake your hand and find the secret words inside. 2. Face to face. People often say that our eyes are the windows to our souls, but they show us more than just pretty colors. Reading them can be like discovering a secret code because they're so useful for talking to people. Let's learn how to look at each other. The steady gaze. Making and keeping direct eye contact for an acceptable amount of time shows that you are interested, confident, and honest. Imagine a friend who is paying close attention to your story. Their steady gaze shows that they are interested and in the present moment. Too much eye contact, on the other hand, can be scary, so remember to blink normally and look away every so often. The shifted glance. It's normal to look away for a moment or two, especially when you're thinking or planning your answer. But eyes that are often closed could mean that someone is uncomfortable, shy, or even lying. For instance, someone who doesn't look at you while you answer a tough question could be worried or trying to hide something. That's right. Regional norms change when it comes to eye contact. For some countries, making long eye contact is rude, but for others, it's a sign of respect. So be aware of people's different backgrounds to avoid getting things wrong. Eye contact is only one part of the story, so don't forget that. Take a look at other body language and face reactions. A warm smile with eyes closed could mean that someone is shy, while a raised eyebrow and direct eye contact could mean that someone is angry. Do not forget that eye to eye is not about judging, but about understanding. By making eye contact with cultural awareness, you can learn a lot about how someone is feeling, what they want, and how comfortable they are with you. This understanding improves conversation, builds trust, and aids in better navigating encounters. So pay attention to the spoken language of eye contact to learn more about the people around you. 3. A fidgeting frenzy. Have you ever seen someone wring their hands, tap their pen, or swing their leg? These moves that look like they are happening for no reason are called fidgeting. Let's turn into agents of squirming and learn how to break the secret code. The nervous tapper. Picture someone quickly hitting their pen during a talk. This fast action is often a sign of stress or worry. In this situation, a simple "How are you feeling?" or a comforting smile can show that you understand and care. The foot swinger. Look at someone in a meeting who swings their leg under the table. If you see this movement along with crossed arms or a wrinkled face, it could mean that you are bored or impatient. You can get their attention back by offering to change the subject or asking what they think. The hand wringer. Picture someone rubbing their hands together while having a tough talk. This movement usually means that someone is upset or uncomfortable. You can show you're there for them by leaning in a little and saying something like, "I know this is hard." More than just fidgeting, remember that fidgeting doesn't tell the whole story. Think about what's going on around you and your body language. If you tap your pen while taking notes, you might be focused, not worried. Similarly, if you move in a hot room, you might be reacting physically, not emotionally. When you see someone moving, don't tell them off or judge them. Instead, show understanding. Instead, show your support and compassion. It can help them a lot if you say something nice, listen, or change the subject of the talk. As a restless rage expert, you can figure out what people are trying to say without them saying a word. This will help you connect with them better and show understanding. Do not forget that everyone fumbles with their hands every once in a while. A little understanding can help a lot. Fourth, the personal space patrol. Think of a bubble that you can't see around each person. This is their personal space. This bubble keeps them safe and comfortable and changes how they feel when they're with other people. As a personal space police cop, it's your job to be polite in this area so that people will trust you and your relationships will get better. The safety zone. Picture giving a friend a hug when you see them. If they're close, that's probably fine. But if you did that to a stranger, they might feel weird because you've invaded their space. A part is also played by cultural values. Some cultures expect people to stand closer together, while others like it when people stand farther apart. Signs to look out for. Look out for body language that suggests someone is unhappy. If you're too close, cross your arms, lean back, or take a step back. Take a step back, or change the way you look to show that you respect their bubble. Outside the bubble, don't forget that personal space isn't set in stone. It can get smaller in close relationships and bigger in new ones. Pay attention to the situation and change how you act based on what you learn. Knowing about the invisible bubble, reading nonverbal cues, being culturally aware, and adjusting your closeness to build trust and improve relationships are all parts of your job as a personal space police officer. Don't forget that a little room can help people get along better. 5. This way to walk. Have you ever thought about what a person's walk says about them? You won't believe it, but every step has a story. Let's learn how to be a walk this way spy and look at someone's stance, stride, and pace to learn about their feelings, confidence, and self-esteem. The confidence strut. Picture someone walking tall, with their head held high and their steps deliberate. This sure-of-yourself walk often shows strength and confidence. Think about how a CEO walks into a meeting. It's impressive and shows respect. The walking shuffle. Look at the person who is hunched over and taking slow, small steps. This slower, more closed-off walk could mean that the person is scared, sad, or even in pain. Imagine someone who is sad. The way they walk shows how they are feeling. The quick sprint. Watch someone walk quickly, almost rushing. This quick walk could mean that you need to get somewhere quickly, are excited, or are even scared. Think of someone who is running late for a big meeting. The way they walk shows how much they need to get there. Not just the steps. Remember that the walk is only one sign. Think about other kinds of body language, like hand movements and face reactions. A sure walk with brows wrinkled could mean that someone is worried, while a quick walk with a smile could mean that someone is looking forward to something good. Understanding, not judging. Your job as a detective in Walk This Way is to understand, not judge. Take walks with an open mind and respect for other cultures. Remember that someone's walk may be affected by things like their physical limits or the way things are done in their culture. Building relationships. If you know how to talk to people through walking, you can get to know them better. If someone is walking slowly, a warm smile can show that you understand, and if someone is walking quickly, saying, "running late," can help them feel better. Put on your detective shoes, if you will, and look at walks with fresh eyes. Don't forget that every step has a story to tell. If you can learn to read those stories, you can learn a lot about the world around you. 6th, power of posture. Be proud of yourself and stand tall. Your stance says a lot about your confidence, how open you are, and even how you make other people feel. To become a stance power master, let's learn to read these hidden messages and show others a good side. Think of a superhero standing tall with their shoulders back and their chin raised. That's the confident power stance. This open stance shows that you are sure of yourself, powerful, and in charge. Imagine a speaker who is able to hold everyone's attention during a talk. The way they stand makes you believe and trust them. The hunched insecurity. Picture someone slouching forward with their shoulders rounder and their eyes sad. This tight stance often makes people look shy, uneasy, or even sad. Imagine someone who is worried in a new place. Their stance shows how uncomfortable they are. It's not enough to just stand tall. Remember that posture is more than just having a straight back. Think about shifting, crossing your arms, and making hand motions. Crossed arms can mean that you are guarded, while open hands can mean that you are open to what is being said. You can use your stance to your benefit by making a good impression. Being open and tall with a warm smile shows that you are sure of yourself and want to be talked to. Imagine introducing yourself at a networking event. If you stand up straight, you'll look friendly and interested, more than just you. Remember that good balance isn't just for you. Everyone is more comfortable when people respect each other's personal space and don't take aggressive views. Imagine being too close to someone who is talking. The way you stand could make them feel threatened. Unlock links. If you want to master stance power, you need to use your body language to make good connections. A confident, open posture makes people want to talk to you, while a closed posture could send mixed messages. Remember that stance is only one part of the picture. However, being aware of how you use it can have a big effect. Keep your shoulders back and your chin up. Take advantage of the power of good stance to connect with others and show off your best self. If you learn to master your stance, people will remember how good you look wherever you go. 7. Expressions on the face. When someone smiles at you, you know right away that they're happy, right? What if they have wrinkled faces, though? Are they crazy? Not sure. It's like a language, but if you want to be a facial expressions detective, you can learn to decode the masters and crack the code. The big smiles, genuine happiness, joy, or even amusement can be shown by wide grins. Think of a friend telling you a funny joke. Their smile shows how happy they are. The downward curves, frowns, and pursed lips can show that someone is sad, angry, or thinking deeply. Imagine someone getting bad news. Their frown shows how upset they are. Eyebrow drama. Eyebrows that are raised show that you are surprised, confused, or even skeptical. The raised brows of someone who just heard bad news show that they are shocked. Think about the bigger picture. Don't just judge a face by its look. Think about what's going on and other body language cues. If you smile in a heated meeting, it could be a sign of nervousness. And if you're focusing, it could be a sign of anger. Because of differences in culture, not all smiles are the same. In some countries, a small smile is enough to show respect, while in others, big, open smiles are more common. Pay attention to culture rules to avoid getting things wrong. Not just faces. Remember that emotions on your face are only one way to communicate. To get a full picture, look for body language that matches and pay close attention to what people say. If someone is forced to smile while crossing their arms, it could mean they are feeling uncomfortable. On the other hand, if someone frowns while standing still, it could just mean they are thinking. Making connections. If you can read people's body movements, you can get to know them better. A warm smile lets people know you're friendly and easy to talk to, while a worried frown can show you care. Remember that the situation is very important, but this facial expressions detective tool can help you build relationships that are better and more valuable. Don't jump to conclusions the next time you see someone smile or pout. be a spy. Take a look at the situation, and you'll find out a lot about nonverbal communication. Don't forget that reading people is a process, not a goal. It takes skill, paying attention, understanding other cultures, and keeping an open mind. You won't be able to read minds quickly, but if you work hard, you can learn a lot about the interesting world of silent communication. As a spy, look at body language, face reactions, and the situation to figure out what is going on. This information can help you get along better with others, build stronger relationships, and learn more about yourself and them in the process. The most important thing is to use this information with respect and understanding. Remember that everyone talks and acts in different ways, and judging someone based on their body language alone can be wrong and hurtful. You can learn more about the world around you and have better conversations with everyone you meet if you look at body language with interest and a desire to connect. Fear is now a normal part of life rather than an exception. There was once a group of ancient thinkers who found the key to inner peace in the middle of all this chaos. I call this Stoic philosophy. Now, through 10 deep lessons in Stoicism, we will find the power that is hidden inside each of us. Stoicism provides a compass for our spiritual journey in every lesson and every story, as well as new insights. We will read about how great thinkers like Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius kept their thoughts and feelings in check by reading ancient works on Stoicism. We will learn how to live by these rules every day, so that every day is a strong step towards spiritual freedom and inner peace. Are you interested in going on this trip with us? Let's learn, grow, and rise together. This is a trip not only to learn more about ideas, but also to learn more about yourself. Let's get to the end of this journey together and turn our fears into strengths and inspirations. Make sure you watch the whole movie to learn everything you need to. Let's start with the first lesson. First lesson: being thankful is what makes you truly wealthy. According to Stoic philosophy, being able to be thankful for and enjoy what you already have is also a form of wealth. The wise Epictetus said, "Wealth is not having many things, but having less than you had before." As people living in the modern world, we are constantly trying to get more things and power, which can cause us stress and worry that isn't necessary. Stoic philosophy, on the other hand, pushes us to think outside the box and understand that thanks is the real wealth. This means noticing the good things in life, appreciating their worth, and being thankful for the smallest things. But what I want to stress here is not that we should tell ourselves to give up on our plans and goals. We can still go after our own goals and try to make our dreams come true. If we do, though, this lesson can help us remember how important life really is. Being thankful makes us feel better and gives us peace. There are no longer endless wants that consume us. Instead, we live in the present and find happiness in what we already have. We build better relationships with other people when we know how to value and accept what they bring to our lives. Let's hear about Alex, a young man who was always stressed out from life and work. He always wished for a better job and a nicer place. Alex once learned about the Stoic philosophy and the importance of being thankful. He chose to do it. He stopped thinking about what he was missing and started to enjoy his small room and the job he had. This changed Alex's attitude and made him happy. It also made the workplace a better place to be. Stoic philosophy is not just a set of ideas, it's also a way of life. It helps us see how valuable the things we already have are and find happiness in them. Being thankful not only makes our own lives better, but it also makes other people's lives better and leaves a good mark on society. Truly wealthy things are close to you if you let thanks guide your life. You won't have to look far to find them. Number 2, don't fight the pain, just accept it. The capacity to accept the pain and suffering that life brings without going through emotional suffering is one of the central tenets of Stoic philosophy. In the words of Seneca, it is not because things are difficult that we do not dare. Things are difficult because we don't trust ourselves. Stoics learn to accept pain deeply and quietly rather than fighting it or responding badly to it. Why does this matter? It's important for your soul and your life to accept pain. To begin, it helps keep the mind in check. Pain can take over our thoughts and make us mentally unstable if we don't deal with it in a healthy way. Second, it makes you feel less stressed. We shouldn't stress and worry about things we can't change. Instead, we should work on changing how we respond to them. Last but not least, accepting pain can also help us learn and grow as people. Before you can do this, you need to be aware of and understand how you feel when you are in pain. You will be able to accept it more easily this way. Next, you need to learn how to handle how your body normally reacts to pain. Focusing on the things you can change while accepting the things you can't change is part of this. Finally, soul training is often done along with Stoic philosophy to help people stay calm and patient when they are hurt. Remember that taking pain doesn't mean you don't feel it. It's a way to show that you can be patient and calm when life gets hard. We can build a strong soul and face life with wisdom in less than 5 years. Third, look for virtues to find peace inside. One of the most important things that Stoic philosophy teaches people who want to get over their fears and find inner peace is to look for ethics. Ethics is the most important thing. According to Stoic philosophy, ethics is a crucial component of finding inner peace in addition to adherence to social norms or standards. Being kind, tolerant, fair, and patient are some examples of ethical virtues that people should work on and stick to. To behave in an ethical way, we must do good things and always try to do good for ourselves and others. Not only do we make other people happy and joyful, but we also feel like our own lives are worth living. Being moral helps us keep our feelings in check. We can focus on moral principles and virtues rather than letting our feelings dictate how we live. This helps ease stress and worry. Try to be patient. One of the most crucial moral virtues is patience. Being patient in life makes it possible for us to be at peace with ourselves. Patience helps us deal with problems in a calm and sure way when life isn't always calm. Let's say you work for a company and are given a big task to do at work. You feel as though you have lost control as a result of your fears and the pressure you feel. Stoic philosophy, on the other hand, suggests concentrating on finding a peaceful and effective solution to the problem. Don't freak out. Instead, look into the problem, find answers, and do good things to help your co-workers and the company. By being honest and patient, you will not only be able to get through the problem, but you will also keep your peace and confidence along the way. The pursuit of ethics for inner peace is not only a component of Stoic philosophy, but also a way of life that aids in the understanding and overcoming of fears, leading to real inner peace and happiness. This philosophy tells us a lot about how we relate to ourselves and to the world. Fourth, make your life easier to feel less stressed. Life is complicated, and we often get caught up in all of our responsibilities and fears. This can make you feel stressed and anxious for no reason. Stoicism gives us the courage to look at our lives again and concentrate on what's important. It is not that we have little time to live, but that we waste a lot. The Stoic scholar Seneca once said about simplifying life. This sentence makes the point that our lives are short, so we should focus on what's important and not waste time and energy on things that aren't important. We need to do a few things to get this done. First, figure out what's really important to you. Stay focused on what's important by avoiding activities or responsibilities that aren't necessary. You might want to spend less time on email and social media so you have time to rest. Another strong way to use this lesson is to keep things simple. Get rid of things that aren't important and focus on the easy things that are left. Organize your time better. If you want to have time to relax and recover, don't make plans or commit to things. Last but not least, meditation is a great way to calm down and clear your thoughts. A lot of the time, meditation helps clean the soul and bring peace to the heart. This helps you deal with your worries and stress better. Imagine that you have a busy plan and often work extra hours. Your life gets hard and you feel like you have no power over it. After using what you've learned, you decide to cut down on extra and get rid of some jobs that aren't necessary. You can spend time with your family and yourself. You feel calmer and life is easier when you spend time with your loved ones and do things that make you feel good. Making things easier is a way to calm down and feel better. Applying and following can make our lives better and help us be happy inside. Now is the time to simplify your life and share this lesson to help other people make good changes. 10 lessons have been taught to help you get over your fears. 5. Take charge of our bodies and thoughts. We will talk about the control of the mind and body, which is a crucial component of Stoic philosophy. Epictetus said, "We cannot control the external events around us, but we can control our reactions to them." This quote shows how important it is to keep your mind and body in check in order to deal with life's challenges and problems. Controlling the mind means taking charge of our thinking, focused on what we can change and letting go of what we can't. If we practice awareness, we can calm down and feel less stressed and anxious. As well, keeping your body healthy and living a healthy life is seen as an important part of keeping your mind and body in balance. Now let's hear about Sarah. She regularly does physical activities like yoga and running to keep her health in good shape. She also sticks to a healthy diet, focusing on eating natural, healthy foods. Sarah not only improves her physical health by taking care of her health, but she also keeps her mind in balance. She is more sure of herself, her mind is healthy, and she is better ready to handle the problems in life with patience and calm. In Stoic philosophy, this amply demonstrates how crucial it is to maintain physical and mental discipline. Lastly, this lesson talked about how controlling your mind and body can help you. This includes giving us peace of mind, lowering our stress, and giving us the strength to deal with the problems we face in life. In order to achieve real balance in the mind and body, this lesson explains how to apply Stoic philosophy in daily life. This means our lives can have more meaning and value. 6th, our fears are affected by the decisions we make. We learn in Stoic philosophy that how we assess and judge events in life can affect how afraid we are. Marcus Aurelius said, "If something outside of you bothers you, the pain is not from the thing itself, but from how you judge it, and you can change this at any time." This lesson stresses how important it is to change our perspective and see things more positively. A lot of the time, we judge and rate the things that happen to us. We can get stressed out over nothing when we misunderstand something or jump to conclusions. The Stoic philosophy urges us to change our minds and not judge too harshly. We also learn how important it is to be able to control our thoughts. We don't have to let negative opinions control our mood. We can take charge of our thinking and look at everything more clearly. To use this lesson in real life, you need to become more self-aware and pay attention to how your opinions can change your feelings and mood. You can feel less anxious and more relaxed by making smarter decisions and not jumping to conclusions too quickly. 7th, find happiness inside yourself. If the times we've lived are what make us happy, then doesn't the path to happiness lie within us? We are always there, even when the happy times are different. This means that the key to happiness is inside each of us. Stoic philosophy leads us on a trip where we look for happiness inside ourselves rather than relying on outside things. People tell us that our real happiness shouldn't rest on things like money, fame, or other things. Instead, we should look for happiness inside ourselves. Being able to accept and make the best of any situation is a big part of being happy inside. Stoics focus on how they respond and deal with the world rather than worrying about things they can't change. They learn to enjoy every second and take something away from every event. To find your own happiness, you also need to know yourself well. To do this, you need to know a lot about yourself, like your skills and flaws. You can make a plan to reach your goal once you know what makes you truly happy. It's not just the mind that makes you happy, it's also the soul. We can be happy for a long time by adopting virtues like kindness, patience, and thanks. Let's look at the case of a man named Mike, who was always looking for success at work and money to make him happy. But after discovering Stoic philosophy, he started to work on growing his soul and being thankful. No matter how much money Mike made or how well he did in his work, he learned to deal with the problems and risks that came with it. He didn't let work or other people's expectations affect his life. Instead, he lived a full life and was happy with himself. To be happy with yourself, you have to be able to stay strong even when things go wrong. Life will throw you problems and challenges from time to time, but learn to keep your thoughts and feelings in check no matter what. You will see that the road to find inner happiness is a lifelong one that doesn't depend on outside things. This can help you have a happy, purposeful life. Eighth, the thoughts we have make us more afraid. We get a sense of Epictetus's deep insight through the saying, "People are not troubled by things, but by the vision they have of them." He thought that how we think about and respond to outside events is what causes us to fear and pain. It's easy to get caught up in the swirl of bad thoughts. Asking, "Why is this happening?" and "Why don't I feel that way?" can make us feel stressed and anxious when we don't need to. It's true that bad thoughts can make us feel stressed and lost. Stoic philosophy has taught us that while we can't always change the things that happen in our lives, we can change how we react to them. The important thing is to learn to spot our negative thoughts and stop letting them make us feel more anxious. In Stoic philosophy, presence is one of the most important tools. Instead of letting thoughts of the past or future defeat us, we learn to live in the present and concentrate on what we can change. We focus on doing good things and thinking about the moment. Some Stoic thinkers say that we can only change and affect the present. It doesn't help to worry too much about the future or remember the past. We are instead urged to develop the courage to live in the here and now. We feel calm when we think about what we can do right now. Thinking about the past or the future without knowing what will happen can cause a lot of anxiety. Being present helps us get away from these thoughts and find peace in the here and now. Second, work on taking action. We shouldn't worry about what might happen. Instead, we should think about what we can do right now to make things better. Third, try to think positively. Being present helps us see and change our bad thoughts. We have the power to change how we think about things and have a better attitude. When you change negative thoughts into positive ones, you'll feel less stressed and anxious in your daily life. To do this, you need to learn to notice your negative thoughts, stay in the moment, and take charge of your responses. Being less stressed and more at peace with yourself is a big part of this lesson. Number 9. Why knowing yourself is so important for getting over your fears. We learn an important lesson from the Stoic thinker's wisdom, the value of knowing oneself. To find inner peace and calm, it's important to understand yourself. The Temple of Apollo at Delphi has the famous Greek saying, "Know yourself," carved into it. This short line has a lot of deep wisdom in it. Self-understanding includes knowing yourself and thinking about yourself. It means knowing your views, values, skills, flaws, and why you do the things you do. Why is knowing yourself important when you're scared? Fear often comes from the doubt and fear that are built into our ideas and beliefs. By getting to know ourselves, we can find things that make us anxious. Are we worried about what will happen? Are we afraid of failing or of what other people will think of us? Knowing ourselves better helps us see these patterns. The Stoics stress that examining oneself is a key way to find virtue and happiness. They think that if we know what we like and don't like, we can change our wants and dislikes to fit what we can control, our thoughts and actions. This balance helps lessen the chaos that comes from outside events. To learn more about yourself, think about these steps. Keep a journal. Write down your ideas, feelings, and deeds in a notebook. Think about these posts to find themes that keep coming up. Look for comments. Ask friends or teachers you trust what they think. They can help you see where you're missing something. Mindfulness meditation means to just be aware of your thoughts without judging them. This makes you more in touch with your inner self. Knowing yourself is a process that lasts a lifetime. By doing this, you can make smart choices, get rid of illogical fears, and live in line with your values. As you learn more about yourself, fear will lose its power over you, and you'll have more control over your inner world. 10th, try to keep an upbeat mood. Epictetus, a wise Stoic philosopher, once said, "What matters is not what happens to you, but how you react to it." This quote emphasizes that our happiness is not determined by what happens to us, but by how we react and think about it in a positive way. A lot of the time, fears and bad thoughts get in the way of our progress toward our life goals. Stoic philosophy, on the other hand, pushes us to think positively to deal with stress and enhance life. Stoicism tells us to look at things objectively and accept what they are. Being able to think positively doesn't mean ignoring problems. It means being able to understand and accept them. Consciousness is a crucial component of developing positive thoughts, according to Stoic philosophy. Stoicism holds that our feelings are a reflection of how we see the world. We can alter how we see everything. By keeping events and our responses to them separate, we can work on controlling our responses to lower our worry. Because of this, being thankful is also an important part of life. This practice helps us be more upbeat about life and see the good things in it. Let's look at the story of John, who works in an office and is having a tough time at work. John chooses not to worry about problems, but to see them as chances to learn and grow. John stays upbeat and sure of himself by separating his response from the circumstances. John is thankful for the chance to push himself and get better at being patient. John not only gets through the tough situation, but he also becomes better and happier in his everyday life. We always have a choice in how we react to any event, according to Stoicism. Focusing on picking a positive reaction and building a strong mind can help us think more positively and feel less anxious. Remember that learning to think positively is a process. By following these steps every day, we can make big changes in how we deal with our fears and life in general. Do you ever think about the kinds of people that Stoicism tells us not to be around? Join me on this journey as we examine the 7 types of people that Stoic philosophy warns against and the depths of Stoic philosophy. Let's talk about how Stoicism can help us deal with life's problems and get along with others, from ancient wisdom to current use. Person 7. The waster of time. The time waster is someone who doesn't know how important time is. They waste time and energy on things that don't help them grow or be healthy, spending valuable days on pointless activities. According to Stoicism, a philosophy that stresses the value of mindful living, it's important to understand the transient nature of time and make the best use of it. Imagine someone who doesn't do anything useful but spends hours looking through social media or watching useless TV shows. That's a waste of time. Not realizing that time is precious and should be used wisely is what they don't understand. This way of thinking is challenged by Stoicism, which tells people to be careful about how they spend their time. Stoicism teaches us to respect every moment and choose how to spend our time, rather than letting distractions and putting things off get in the way. Stoicism gives us the courage to put the things that make us happy and complete at the top of our priority list. Stoicism tells us that time is limited and should not be wasted. The person who wastes time may think that there will always be tomorrow to achieve their interests and goals. Every second that goes by is a second that can never come back. Time wasters are easy to find in a world full of things that want our attention all the time. It can be hard to focus on what's important when you're constantly getting emails, alerts, and entertainment choices. A different viewpoint is provided by Stoicism, though. Stoicism pushes us to practice awareness and deliberate time management rather than letting life's busyness consume us. Stoicism tells us to stop and think about how we want to spend our time, making sure that we do things that are in line with our values and goals. Some people waste time and think they have all the time in the world to follow their dreams, but Stoicism disagrees with this. Recognizing that time is a limited and valuable resource, it requires courage to approach life with a sense of urgency and purpose. People can break out of the circle of bad habits that waste time and make the most of every moment by following Stoic principles like awareness, discipline, and meaningful action. Stoicism tells us to be deliberate about how we spend our time and make sure it's spent on things that give our lives value and satisfaction. Overall, the time waster is the valuable gift of time on pointless activities and putting things off. Stoicism tells us of the transient nature of time and urges us to treasure every moment and spend it carefully on things that make our lives better. Person 6. The person seeking approval. The approval seeker is always looking for other people to agree with them. It makes them feel good when other people tell them they're doing a good job. Today, people put a lot of value on praise, so the person who is always looking for it stands out. The ancient philosophy of Stoicism gives us a different view. It shows us that what makes us happy is inside, not what other people think of us. No matter what other people say, Stoicism tells us to be at peace with ourselves and accept who we are. Think about someone who needs to be told they're doing a good job all the time. That's someone who wants praise. They need approval from other people to feel worthy and accepted. Stoicism, on the other hand, tells us that relying on other people is not a solid way to be content. Stoicism gives us the courage to seek approval within ourselves. It tells us to find worth in ourselves, regardless of what other people think. We should focus on accepting ourselves just the way we are, instead of trying to get other people to like us. If the person who wants praise doesn't get it, they might feel worried or unsafe. However, Stoicism offers a way out. It teaches us to be independent and at peace with ourselves, no matter what other people think. It's easy to become an approval seeker in a world where likes and comments on social media can make us feel good about ourselves. And Stoicism tells us that the number of likes we get online isn't what makes us truly happy. We can only feel it when we fully accept ourselves, flaws and all. Someone who is always trying to please others might think that this is the key to happiness, but Stoicism disagrees with this view. This verse tells us that always wanting approval from other people will only lead to sadness. We should instead focus on being honest with ourselves and being happy inside. Stoicism pushes us to develop our inner strength and resilience. Being criticized and disapproved of teaches us to keep our worth in mind even when things get tough. The acceptance seeker, on the other hand, might break down when they get bad feedback. We can avoid the ups and downs of what other people think by looking for approval within. Stoicism tells us that how we see ourselves is what makes us valuable, not how other people see us. This change in attitude could help the person who is looking for praise a lot. In short, an approval hunter is someone who needs acceptance from other people to feel good about themselves. But Stoicism gives us a better way to live. It teaches us to be happy and pleased with our lives, no matter what other people think. When we accept ourselves and find peace within, we can break the cycle of needing praise and find true happiness in our own worth. Person 5. The one who wants comfort. There is a type of person who wants comfort more than anything else. Their comfort zone is where everything feels safe and comfortable, so they stay away from anything that might push them. Stoicism, on the other hand, contends that looking for safety can keep you from growing and can even cause you to stay the same. It may feel good at first, like a warm blanket on a cold day, but comfort doesn't last. The person who seeks comfort thinks that comfort is the most important thing in life, but Stoicism disagrees with this. It tells us that the only way to grow and be happy is to face difficulties and welcome pain. Imagine someone who always does what's easiest and stays away from things that might make them feel bad. That person is looking for comfort. They care more about short-term pleasure than long-term growth and progress. Stoicism, on the other hand, argues that this way of thinking about things is wrong. Stoicism teaches us how important it is to be uncomfortable. It tells us that the key to human development and resilience is to face difficulties head-on. People shouldn't avoid tough situations. Instead, they should see them as chances to learn and get better. The person who is looking for comfort might think that avoiding problems will make their life less stressful, but Stoicism shows them a different way. It tells us that being uncomfortable is a normal part of life and that we shouldn't avoid it. We should instead welcome pain as a way to grow and change. It's easy to see how someone could become a comfort seeker in a world where ease is often linked to success and happiness. Stoicism, however, makes us think in new ways. We are encouraged to leave our safe zones and be open to what we don't know. People who look for safety may be afraid of failing and being rejected, but Stoicism tells us that these things are necessary for growth. We become stronger and more adaptable when we face our fears and welcome pain. Stoicism tells us that life is full of problems, and dodging them will only make us stay in the same place. The person who is looking for safety might be happy with a simple life, but they might miss out on important chances to grow and learn about themselves. When we accept discomfort and challenges, we make room for new experiences and chances to grow as people. If you want to be truly happy, don't look for safety. Instead, embrace the path of life with all of its ups and downs. To sum up, a comfort seeker puts comfort above all else, dodging obstacles and enjoying staying the same. Stoicism, on the other hand, holds that the only way to truly progress and be happy is to face problems head-on and use pain as a learning opportunity. Moving out of our comfort zones and accepting the unknown can open up new ways for us to grow and learn about ourselves. The fourth person is the control freak. A control freak is someone who thinks they are in charge of their whole life. They try to control everything around them because they want to stay away from chaos and uncertainty. The desire for control, however, is ultimately pointless, according to Stoicism, because life is naturally unsure and unpredictable. You could picture someone who always needs to be in charge of everything, from their daily routine to the people around them. That person is a control freak. They think that by keeping an eye on every little thing, they can stop bad things from happening and make sure everything goes as planned. Stoicism, on the other hand, disputes this idea. Stoicism tells us that we don't really have power over our lives. There are some things that we can't change about our lives, no matter how hard we try. There are a lot of unknowns in life, and trying to control every part of it is tiring and pointless in the end. People who are control freaks may spend hours and hours trying to handle every aspect of their life, but Stoicism tells us that this is pointless. Stoicism encourages us to concentrate on the one thing we can control, our own responses and attitudes toward life's risks, rather than trying to influence outward circumstances. Because the world can be crazy and uncertain at times, it's easy for someone to become a control freak. They might like the false sense of steadiness and safety that comes from being in charge of their surroundings. A different viewpoint is provided by Stoicism, though. Stoicism shows us the value of accepting things as they are and having resilience in the face of uncertainty. Stoicism challenges us to find peace in taking things as they are rather than trying to control everything. The control freak might think that if they are in charge of everything in their life, they can stay out of pain and trouble. Stoicism, on the other hand, tells us that true peace and happiness come from within, not from the outside world. Giving up the false sense of control frees us from stress and worry that aren't necessary. When we learn Stoicism, we learn to let go of things we can't change, like our thoughts, feelings, and deeds. The control freak might not want to give up control because they think it will leave them open to life's surprises. A different viewpoint is provided by Stoicism, though. It suggests that we can find freedom and inner peace by accepting the random nature of life. To sum up, a control freak tries to change every part of their life in vain and doesn't realize how pointless their efforts are. Stoicism, on the other hand, tells us to accept life as it is, let go of the idea that we can control it, and welcome the unknown. When life is unclear, we can find peace and happiness by letting go of our need to be in charge. Third person, the drama queen. The drama junkie is someone who always seems to bring trouble and chaos with them. They love drama and often get involved in situations that are full of bad moods and arguments. Stoicism holds that even in the middle of life's storms, it's important to keep your inner peace and calm. Think of someone who seems to be in a constant state of stress and conflict. That's what brings the excitement. They are drawn to situations that are confusing and often add to the chaos. But Stoicism offers a different way of doing things. Stoicism teaches us how important it is to find peace in the middle of chaos. Stoicism pushes us to stay calm and peaceful even when confronted with difficult circumstances, as opposed to getting caught up in the drama. People who are naturally drawn to drama may always be in the middle of problems and conflicts, but Stoicism tells us that we can choose how to react to them. Stoicism challenges us to answer with composure and reason rather than acting hastily or adding fuel to the fire. It's easy to see how someone could become drawn to drama in a world where it seems to be everywhere. They might like the thrill and rush of energy that come with being in a crazy situation. A different viewpoint is provided by Stoicism, though. Stoicism tells us to let go of things we can't change and focus on the things we can, like our own thoughts, feelings, and actions. Stoicism gives us the courage to stay calm and peaceful inside no matter what is going on around us, as opposed to getting caught up in drama. Stoicism offers a way to greater emotional resilience and stability, even though the drama magnet may find it hard to break out of the circle of drama and conflict. By following Stoic rules, we can learn to stay cool and collected even when bad things happen in our lives. Stoicism tells us that drama only makes things worse and makes things more difficult. Stoicism urges us to develop inner peace and quiet rather than looking for chaos, which will help us stay cool and peaceful even when life throws us a curveball. Particularly if they have grown accustomed to the adrenaline rush that comes with being involved in drama, the drama lover may find it difficult to adopt a more stoic outlook on life. But by adhering to Stoic principles, they can learn to break out of the circle of chaos and conflict and find more peace and happiness in the process. To sum up, the drama magnet is drawn to trouble and chaos and spreads more trouble and chaos after it. Stoicism, on the other hand, supports inner peace and calm even in the middle of life's storms, giving us the courage to find peace in the midst of chaos. By following Stoic principles, we can learn to handle life's problems with calm and style without getting caught up in drama and conflict. The victim mentality is person 2. People who think this way see themselves as victims of their situations, have a victim attitude. Because they don't want to take responsibility for their actions, they blame outside causes for their mistakes and fails. This way of thinking locks you up mentally and stops you from growing and becoming more independent. Stoicism, an ancient philosophy, however, offers a different viewpoint by advising people to take charge of their lives and own up to their mistakes. Imagine someone who always says that their problems are caused by other people or outside factors. There it is, the victim mindset at work. They would rather keep thinking that they are helpless victims of fate than take responsibility for their actions and look for ways to fix things. This way of thinking is challenged by Stoicism, which stresses the value of human choice and responsibility. Stoicism teaches us that we can control how we react and what we do, even if we can't change the things that happen around us. People can get out of the mental prison of guilt and take back control of their lives by adopting this philosophy. When you think like a victim, you often feel useless and give up. People who are stuck in this way of thinking might think that they will always fail and be let down and will never be able to break free from the circle of abuse. Stoicism, on the other hand, provides a way to freedom. Stoicism pushes people to turn their attention from outside events to their own thoughts and actions. Stoicism encourages people to take charge of their lives and make decisions that will help them grow and be happy, as opposed to viewing themselves as slaves of fate. Having a victim mindset can stop you from growing and succeeding. People who see themselves as victims might not have the drive or resilience to get past problems and achieve their objectives. Stoicism, on the other hand, tells us that suffering can help us grow and become better people. People can build the mental strength they need to stop feeling like a victim and deal with life's problems by following Stoic principles like resilience, self-discipline, and acceptance. Stoicism stresses how important it is to focus on what we can control and let go of what we can't. This helps people find inner peace and strengthen their will. Stoicism is a potent counterbalance to the victim mindset in a world where it's easy to feel helpless when faced with hardship. We can take back control of our lives and set ourselves on the path to success and happiness by taking responsibility for our actions and welcoming the difficulties that come our way. To sum up, having a victim mindset stops you from growing and becoming more independent. It can be tempting to blame outside forces for our flaws, but Stoicism tells us that the only way to be truly free is to take charge of our lives and accept responsibility for what we do. People can stop feeling like victims and take back control of their lives by having a Stoic attitude. This can lead to more happiness and resilience in the face of life's difficulties. Person 1. The materialist who wants more. Someone who values things more than anything else is a selfish seeker. For them, having a lot of stuff is the most important thing. They always want more because they believe it will make them happy. Stoicism, on the other hand, is a philosophy that dates back to ancient Greece. When we practice Stoicism, we learn to value virtues like honesty, kindness, and courage. Having these things in life is more important than having a lot of things. Think about a world where things are the most important thing to everyone. The person who is looking for things loves this world. They are always looking for the next big thing to add to their collection because they think it will make them happy. Stoicism, on the other hand, cautions against this kind of thinking. We can learn from this that the circle of wanting things is never-ending. We'll always want more, no matter how much we have. Stoicism, on the other hand, pushes us to find happiness within. We learn to be happy with who we are instead of what we have. What really matters are virtues like honesty, kindness, and courage. The consumer may have a lot of things, but they may not be at peace with themselves. They're always on the lookout for something shiny to finish their collection. Stoicism, on the other hand, teaches us that real happiness comes from within. It's easy to lose sight of what's important in a world that is crazy about getting things. This is what the selfish seeker is obsessed with. They always want more. But Stoicism gives us a better way to live. It teaches us to be happy with what we have and to pay attention to what's important. We should work on developing virtues in ourselves instead of going after things. These are the things that make you happy in the long run. Someone who is interested in material things might think that getting more of them will make them happy, but Stoicism tells us that being good is what makes us truly happy. In everything we do, it's about being honest, kind, and brave. The selfish seeker's search for things is empty and unfulfilling in the end. Even though they have a lot of things, they are not truly happy because they are not having a good life. Being Stoic helps us remember that things come and go, but virtues last forever. Instead of trying to get more money, we should work on developing the traits that make us truly happy. According to Stoicism, that's the way to a happy and fulfilling life. This Stoic lesson is not just about managing disrespect. It's about cultivating a mindset that sees beyond the immediate provocation to the broader picture of human behavior and our own capacity for emotional resilience. It's about recognizing that we have the power to choose our responses, to decide that our peace is too precious to be disturbed by the opinions or actions of others. In doing so, we not only protect our own well-being, but also set an example of equanimity and strength. Marcus Aurelius, who observed, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury," underscores this Stoic commitment to virtue and personal integrity in the face of disrespect. Instead of mirroring the negative behavior or letting it shape our actions, we strive to embody the qualities we value: patience, understanding, and compassion. By doing so, we not only uphold our dignity, but also potentially inspire change in those who disrespect us. Incorporating these Stoic lessons into our lives requires practice, reflection, and a steadfast commitment to personal growth. It's about gradually shifting our perspective, learning to detach our sense of self-worth from the opinions and actions of others, and finding strength in our ability to choose how we respond to the world around us. As we navigate the challenges of life, including the sting of disrespect, let us remember that our true power lies not in controlling the external world, but in mastering our own inner world. By doing so, we not only preserve our peace, but also illuminate the path for others, embodying the timeless wisdom of Stoicism in a world that desperately needs it. In conclusion, handling disrespect with Stoic grace is not about passivity or resignation. It's about recognizing our own power to maintain inner tranquility and respond with dignity regardless of the circumstances. As we reflect on these lessons and strive to integrate them into our daily lives, we not only honor the legacy of the Stoic philosophers, but also contribute to a more understanding, compassionate, and resilient world. In this segment of our journey together, we delve into a profound lesson that not only shapes our interactions with others, but also fosters our inner growth: the practice of empathy. A cornerstone in Stoic philosophy, the great Stoic philosopher Epictetus once advised, "Seek not the good in external things, seek it in yourselves." This wisdom underscores a fundamental Stoic belief in the interconnectedness of humanity emphasizing that understanding others' motivations and emotions can lead to more harmonious interactions and personal development. Imagine encountering disrespect. It's an experience that can easily stir up feelings of anger or hurt. However, Stoicism offers a different path: empathy. By stepping into the shoes of the person who has shown you disrespect, you embark on a journey to understand their perspective. This act of empathy allows you to see the situation through a new lens, recognizing that the disrespect may not be a personal attack, but rather a reflection of the other person's insecurities, fears, or perhaps a lack of understanding. Empathy opens the door to compassion, diminishing the negative emotions you might feel towards them. By embracing empathy, you choose not to take their words or actions to heart, responding instead with respect and dignity. This approach is not about condoning disrespect, but about understanding the underlying reasons behind it. It's a response that embodies the Stoic virtues of wisdom, compassion, and the pursuit of self-improvement. Instead of reacting with anger or defensiveness, you respond with kindness and respect, preventing the situation from escalating and preserving your dignity. This practice of empathy is not only a reflection of Stoic principles, but also a pathway to learning from challenging situations and growing as a person. As we continue on this journey, I want to acknowledge your strength and resilience for reaching this point in our discussion. Your commitment to exploring and applying Stoic principles in the face of adversity is commendable. Let's carry this strength forward, embracing empathy not just as a response to disrespect, but as a guiding principle in our interactions with others. Remember, as Marcus Aurelius, another Stoic philosopher, once said, "Whenever you are about to find fault with someone, ask yourself the following question: what fault of mine most nearly resembles the one I am about to criticize?" This reflection encourages us to practice empathy, reminding us of our shared human experience and the personal growth that comes from understanding and compassion. In embracing empathy, we not only navigate the challenges of disrespect with grace and dignity, but also contribute to a more understanding and compassionate world. Let this lesson in empathy be a beacon that guides us through the ebbs and flows of life, enriching our journey with wisdom, growth, and a deeper connection to those around us. Stoicism, with its rich heritage and practical applications, teaches us that the cultivation of virtues such as wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance is paramount in leading a life of fulfillment and integrity. Seneca, an emblematic figure of Stoic philosophy, eloquently stated, "Virtue is nothing else than right reason." This powerful assertion underscores the essence of Stoicism, that living virtuously is synonymous with living in harmony with the rational and natural order of the universe. The Stoic journey towards virtue is not merely an academic exercise, but a practical guide for everyday living. It posits virtue as the supreme good, transcending the fleeting and often superficial judgments of others. In the face of disrespect, Stoicism doesn't advocate for passive acceptance, but rather a response rooted in Stoic principles. This nuanced stance encourages us not to be swayed by the turbulences of our emotions, but to anchor ourselves in the bedrock of Stoic virtues. By doing so, we maintain our dignity, uphold our integrity, and foster personal growth even amidst the whirlwinds of disparagement. The Stoic response to disrespect is akin to the majestic oak that stands firm against the howling winds. It is a testament to the power of a virtuous life, one that is unshaken by external judgments and remains steadfast in its pursuit of wisdom and moral excellence. This Stoic lesson is not just a theoretical ideal, but a living practice that can transform our interactions and elevate our lives. It challenges us to rise above the fray, to embody the best version of ourselves, and to respond to life's trials with equanimity and strength. Marcus Aurelius, another towering figure in Stoicism, reminds us, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." This timeless wisdom encapsulates the Stoic approach to disrespect, not to mirror the negativity, but to transcend it through the cultivation of virtue. It is a call to action, urging us to respond not with bitterness or resentment, but with reason and moral integrity. As we navigate the modern landscape, the Stoic lesson on handling disrespect is more relevant than ever. In an era marked by rapid change and social discord, the Stoic emphasis on virtue offers a compass to guide our actions and decisions. It encourages us to look inward, to focus on what truly matters, and to lead lives of purpose and meaning. By embracing Stoic principles, we can navigate the challenges of disrespect with grace, transform our personal and professional relationships, and forge a path of continuous growth and self-improvement. In conclusion, the Stoic lesson on concentrating on virtue in the face of disrespect is a powerful framework for living a life of dignity and integrity. It teaches us to anchor our responses in the timeless virtues of wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, enabling us to face life's challenges with a calm and steady hand. As we apply this Stoic wisdom to our lives, we not only navigate the ebbs and flows of human interaction with resilience, but also embark on a journey of personal transformation, becoming the best versions of ourselves. This lesson, deeply rooted in the Stoic tradition, is a testament to the enduring relevance of Stoic philosophy in the modern world, offering a beacon of light for men striving to live virtuous and meaningful lives amidst the complexities of the 21st century. Seneca, a luminary in the Stoic tradition, eloquently reminds us, "Whenever you are angry, be assured that it is not only a present evil, but that you have increased a habit." This profound insight underscores the Stoic belief in the paramount importance of self-control and rationality. Stoicism teaches us that impulsive reactions, especially those fueled by intense emotions like anger or frustration, frequently culminate in poor decisions and unnecessary suffering. When confronted with disrespect, it's instinctive to react impulsively, driven by the heat of the moment. However, the Stoic approach advocates for a different path, one of restraint and reflection. By choosing to pause and collect your thoughts before responding, you reclaim dominion over your emotions. This momentary pause is not a sign of weakness, but a powerful strategy to ensure that your response is measured, thoughtful, and aligned with the Stoic virtues of wisdom and self-control. Such a response not only mitigates the potential for emotionally charged exchanges, but also paves the way for more constructive interactions. Imagine, if you will, a scenario where Marcus Aurelius, the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher, faces a blatant act of disrespect. Instead of succumbing to a visceral reaction, he pauses, reflecting on the impermanence of external opinions and the true value of inner peace. This pause allows him to respond not with retaliatory bitterness, but with a composed demeanor that disarms negativity and transforms the situation into an opportunity for personal growth and enlightenment. This Stoic strategy of pausing is not merely a tactic for handling disrespect, but a profound lesson in life management. It teaches us that in the space between stimulus and response lies our power to choose our reaction. By exercising this choice with intention and wisdom, we not only navigate disrespect with grace, but also cultivate a life of tranquility and resilience. Incorporating this lesson into our daily lives requires practice and mindfulness. It begins with the recognition that our reactions are within our control, even if the actions of others are not. Each time we encounter disrespect, we are presented with an opportunity to practice the Stoic art of pausing, to reflect on our principles, and to choose a response that reflects our higher self. In conclusion, The Stoic lesson of learning to pause in the face of disrespect is a powerful tool for personal development and inner peace. It reminds us that while we cannot control the actions of others, we have the sovereign ability to control our reactions. By embracing this practice, we not only handle disrespect with dignity and composure, but also move closer to the Stoic ideal of living a virtuous and fulfilling life. Let us then, in our journey through life's ebbs and flows, hold fast to the wisdom of pausing, for in that space lies the key to our tranquility and our strength. In the realm of Stoicism, navigating through the turbulent waters of disrespect with grace and resilience is a skill honed through understanding and practice. One particularly effective tool in our Stoic arsenal is the use of humor, a strategy that not only showcases our mastery over ourselves, but also diffuses tension with the lightness of laughter. Seneca, an ancient philosopher whose wisdom continues to echo through the ages, encapsulated this beautifully when he remarked, "You have mastered yourself when you know how to deal with what you should not take seriously." The statement serves as a beacon, guiding us towards a path where humor becomes a shield and a salve, protecting us from the sting of disrespect and healing the wounds it may cause. The Stoic philosophy, at its core, is about maintaining control over our emotions and responding to life's challenges with rationality and composure. However, it also acknowledges the indispensable role of humor in maintaining our emotional equilibrium. When faced with disrespect, it's all too easy to let anger or annoyance take the helm, steering us into turbulent emotional waters. Yet Stoicism offers us an alternative route, one paved with wit and laughter. By choosing to respond with a clever quip or a light-hearted jest, we not only preserve our own peace, but also open the door to a more positive and harmonious resolution. It's important to note, though, that humor is a tool that must be wielded with care. It should never be used to belittle others or to escape from addressing serious issues. Instead, it should serve as a means to elevate the conversation, transforming potential conflict into an opportunity for connection and understanding. Incorporating humor into our Stoic practice requires a delicate balance. It's about finding moments where laughter can act as a bridge rather than a barrier, where it can soften hearts and open minds. This approach does not diminish the seriousness with which we take our principles or the respect we hold for others. Rather, it adds another dimension to our interactions, one that acknowledges the complexity of human emotions and the power of levity to bring light to even the darkest situations. As we navigate the challenges of disrespect, let us remember the words of another Stoic philosopher, Marcus Aurelius, who advised, "The best revenge is to be unlike him who performed the injury." In this context, choosing humor as a response to disrespect can be seen as a form of noble revenge, a way to rise above pettiness and to reflect the best of our Stoic values. So as we continue on our Stoic journey, let us embrace humor as a vital companion, one that can help us face disrespect with a smile, disarm tension with laughter, and ultimately strengthen our resolve to live in accordance with our highest principles. In doing so, we not only enrich our own lives, but also contribute to a world where understanding and joy triumph over conflict and sorrow. In navigating the tumultuous waters of disrespect, Stoicism offers a beacon of resilience and dignity. It imparts the wisdom of being not a doormat, but a steadfast rock amidst the storms of injustice and disdain. This rock, emblematic of our Stoic resolve, stands unyielding, aware of its value, commanding respect through its silent strength. It embodies the Stoic virtue of controlling the controllable while gracefully releasing what lies beyond its grasp. Encountering disrespect, therefore, does not necessitate passive acceptance, nor does it warrant a tempest of rage. Instead, Stoicism advocates for a response that is both calm and assertive, a middle path that allows one to articulate the wrongdoing and set expectations for future interactions. This approach is about delineating clear, reasonable boundaries that safeguard one's dignity and self-respect, a testament to the Stoic teaching of inner fortitude and justice. Stoicism, in its essence, is a call to strength, justice, and courage. It is a philosophy that champions self-respect and the respect of others, urging us to maintain our composure and dignity regardless of the external circumstances. This Stoic lesson is particularly relevant in today's world, where disrespect can often feel like a common currency in the marketplace of interactions. In such times, the Stoic wisdom of setting clear boundaries becomes not just a personal strategy, but a societal imperative. It is a way to navigate the complexities of human relationships, ensuring that we remain true to our values and principles, even when faced with the challenges of disrespect. As we wrap up our journey through the world of Stoicism, we're reminded of the incredible resilience and wisdom these ancient philosophers offer for navigating life's challenges. It's clear that embracing Stoicism isn't just about learning historical concepts. It's about applying these timeless lessons to our daily lives, helping us find inner peace, strength, and clarity amidst the chaos of the modern world. Remember, the goal isn't to become a perfect Stoic overnight, but to gradually integrate these practices into our everyday actions and thoughts, allowing us to appreciate the beauty of existence and the privilege of being alive. Let's carry forward the idea that our perceptions shape our reality, and that by focusing on what we can control, we cultivate a life of virtue and meaning. Thank you for joining us on this exploration of Stoicism. May you continue to grow, learn, and find tranquility in the wisdom of the Stoics. Here's to living a life filled with purpose, gratitude, and serenity. Keep reflecting, keep practicing, and most importantly, keep living with a Stoic heart.